Chapter 3493. Could it be your family's abbot doesn't have any hobbies? Xiao Hua can't help but interrupt Ming Shun's incessant rambling. Rather than listening to him talk about great Zen Master Nirvana's hobbies, it's better to say that he's complaining, talking about his own bloody history. Flattery. Ming Shin answers without hesitation. However, even if you flatter him, he still won't agree to help you. Normal hobbies. For example, Buddhist tools or Buddhist techniques. No. Ming Shin shakes his head, but then he explains, of course, disciple doesn't cultivate Buddhist techniques, so I don't know if abbot likes these. However, speaking of liking, speaking to hear, Ming Shun hesitates. What's wrong? Xiao Hua suddenly becomes spirited and asks. Ming Shun thinks for a moment and says in a low voice, my family's abbot has a strange hobby. Disciple only discovered it in recent years. What strange hobby? On the 30th day of the 12th lunar month 2 years ago, Disciple went out to look for wine, but unexpectedly got drunk and didn't return to Jinshan Temple in time. At night, the water level of the Chun River rose greatly. Disciple risked death to steal a small broken boat to cross the river. But when the boat reached the center of the river, I suddenly saw the abbot sitting on a tall rock by the river. At that time, Disciple was scared out of his wits, kneeling on the small boat and kowtowing to admit his guilt. However, Disciple kowtowed who knows how many times and saw that the small boat drifted far away, but the abbot still didn't open his eyes or open his mouth. Afterwards, Disciple entered the temple in fear, but the abbot didn't seem to know about this matter and didn't mention it at all, nor did he punish Disciple. Ming Shun says carefully, so on the 30th day of the 12th lunar month last year, Disciple couldn't sleep at night, so I sneaked out and secretly took a look. Guess what? What? Xiao Hua's curiosity is piqued. Ming Shun says with a mysterious face, there is no moon on the 30th day of the 12th lunar month. Disciple didn't know when the abbot sat on that tall rock again, as if he was asleep. Only when the morning sun shines on the abbot's body did the abbot disappear again, as if he never appeared. Don't you think it's strange? This can't be considered strange, right? Xiao Hua doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. How can it not be strange? If he doesn't have something in his heart, if he's not thinking about something, who would stay awake the whole night and stare at the river in a daze? Even to the point that Disciple next to him, Ming Shin obviously wanted to say, which nun are you thinking about? But looking at Xiao Hua's bald head, he didn't dare to say it. 30th of the 12th lunar month? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and smiled. Today should be the 27th of the 12th lunar month, right? There are only a few days. Are you still planning to vest SS? Masters is S's he's S. Teat. As Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and understood. Back then, Great Zen Master Nirvana most likely entered silence around the 30th day of the 12th lunar month, and the place where he entered silence was the tall rock beside the Chun River. However, for some unknown reason, he quickly escaped from silence. Afterwards, no matter what method Great Zen Master Nirvana used, he was unable to enter silence again. Therefore, he was brooding over this, and every year he would spend a night there to comprehend the feeling of entering silence, right? Titi Xiao Hua sighs in his heart and says, little monk, it's best not to know too much about other people's secrets. Master may not notice if you peek once or twice, but if you're discovered by him 3 or 4 times, then even if you want to eat meat and drink wine, it'll be impossible. Think about it. If I can find you hiding here, how can Master not know if you're peeking from the side? Ming Shun's forehead immediately breaks out in cold sweat. He hurriedly nods and says, Disciple understands. Disciple won't dare anymore. Xiao Hua waves his hand and says, Go, it's not early anymore. Although it's still raining, you need to return to the temple. Master's mood isn't good today. Don't provoke him. Yes, Disciple will return now. Ming Shun looks at the gloomy sky outside the cave and estimates the time. He clasps his hands together and salutes before hurriedly leaving. After Ming Shun left, Xiao Hua looks at the messy cave and the scattered bones on the ground. He doesn't want to stay any longer. He walks out of the cave and slowly walks along the river in the rain. His mind is in a mess, but he can't sort it out. Master Nirvana was so remorseful when he left the Nirvana realm. It's clear that the Nirvana realm is extremely precious to the Buddha. Jiang Luer has already been in silence for 100 years and still hasn't woken up. It's likely that the opportunity hasn't arrived. Even if I find someone to wake her up, it may not be the right choice. After walking for a while, Xiaohua feels that he's really mentally tired. He casually finds a place, sits down cross-legged, closes his eyes, and calms his heart in this torrential rain. Several days have passed since he started meditating. When Xiaohua opens his eyes again, the sky is even darker, the rain is even heavier, and the water in the river has also risen by a lot. Xiaohua raises his head and sighs. The will of heaven is hard to fathom. The wind and clouds change. Who knows what tomorrow will be? When Xiaohua's gaze inadvertently sees a trace of white in the east, he suddenly remembers that today is the 30th of the 12th lunar month. If it's as Mingxin said, then Master Nirvana should be sitting on the tall rock beside the river again. There's no harm in going and taking a look. Let's see if he has any sorrow in his heart. Although he advised Mingxin not to go, Xiaohua's curiosity was piqued. He steps and flies down the river while thinking to himself, if I can grab hold of this so-called great Zen master's little tail, let's see if he still dares to not listen to me. After several days of heavy rain, the water in the Chun River has become very turbulent. The inside of the river is very muddy. Some upstream sand, some branches, withered grass, and occasionally some thick logs and drowned livestock. Xiaohua guesses that the upstream of the Chun River was affected by the disaster, and the livestock were washed into the river. Xiaohua carefully flies down the river and stealthily releases his soul sense. Sure enough, under the Golden Mountain Temple, a tall rock suddenly pops out. Master Nirvana is sitting on the rock. At this moment, Master Nirvana is really like Nirvana. There's no sound and there's no Buddhist light around his body. The torrential rain is more concentrated than water pouring down on his body. His monk's robe is already wet. His shiny bald head is covered in water. Even in the darkness before dawn, it could be seen clearly. Xiaohua doesn't dare to get too close. Xiaohua's soul sense swept past Master Nirvana and then looked at other places. He didn't see anything strange. Not to mention the nun, there's not even a shadow of a person. Xiaohua is a little disappointed. He knows that he's gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Just as he's about to retreat, his soul sense swept across the lower reaches of the Chun River. There's a floating corpse in the river. Xiaohua is startled. He hastily returns his soul sense. After taking a look, he sighed again. This floating corpse had already lost its vitality. Life is short. Xiaohua turns around. With his soul sense, he can't clearly see whether the floating corpse is male or female. This Master Nirvana is really Nirvana. He only thinks about how to be Nirvana and how to achieve fruition. Even if there's a floating corpse in front of him, he doesn't know how to fish it up. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's body suddenly quivers. A light flashes in his mind. Yes, that's right. Xiaohua's face was filled with wild joy. Immediately after, he looked at Great Zen Master Nirvana and then looked at the sky in the east. He didn't dare to be negligent. He pressed down on the cloud and waved his hand. From a yin-yang pond in the space, he took out a huge 7-colored lotus that he didn't know where he got it from. The moment the lotus entered the rain, it immediately emitted a 7-colored brilliance that blocked the rain outside the lotus. Namo, Methriyas Buddha. Xiaohua chants. Disciples sincerely praise that this disciple can save Jiang Luer's life. Saying this, Xiaohua shakes his hand again. Jiang Luer, whose eyes are tightly closed, is also taken out by him and sent into the 7-colored lotus. After some estimation, Xiaohua pushes his hand and the 7-colored lotus, along with Jiang Luer, falls into the Chun River. Strange. At first, Xiaohua was still somewhat worried that the 7-colored lotus would sink into the water or that Jiang Luer would fall into the river. At that time, the space did not have yin and yang. so one's age can't be counted. After the 5 elements stabilized, another 100 years have passed. Jiang Luer is still in nirvana. 100 years have not left any traces on his body. At this time, he still has the appearance of a child. The 7-colored lotus is more than enough to contain him. It's steady like a small boat. Seeing the 7-colored lotus drifting several feet away, Xiao Hua is about to use the Devil Realm's concealment technique. Suddenly, his heart jumps. Not good. The 7-colored lotus is too dazzling. With the old monk's temperament, how can he tolerate such a Buddhist treasure? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua hurriedly flew to the riverside, wanting to exchange it for something else. However, the place his soul consciousness was paying attention to on the tall rock, Great Zen Master Nirvana, seems to have made a slight movement. The horizon also revealed a trace of brilliance. Xiao Hua is very anxious. He knows that this opportunity is fleeting. With a wave of his hand, the 7-colored lotus entered the space. Jiang Luer's figure is in a hurry. Xiao Hua saw a broken wooden basin at the side. Without thinking, he sent it over and hurriedly hid himself in the void. Xiao Hua's figure had just disappeared when Great Zen Master Nirvana's eyes opened. Coincidentally, the east is daybreak. Thousands of brilliance flew past. Amiba, Great Zen Master Nirvana chanted the name of Buddha. His voice is filled with loneliness, regret, and helplessness. Following Great Zen Master Nirvana's Buddha chants, the torrential rain actually lessened. The clouds above Jinshan Temple thinned visibly. Great Zen Master Nirvana is facing Chunjiang. When he opened his eyes, he saw Jiang Luer sitting in the broken wooden basin with his hands together in nirvana. Great Zen Master Nirvana stares blankly, dumbstruck. Chapter 3494. This child is... Great Zen Master Jimia finally woke up from his stupor. He had been concerned about the matter of entering silence for many years and had thought about it countless times in his mind. Now that he saw Jiang Luer entering silence, he immediately saw through it. How could he not be stunned? Has she entered silence? Although Great Zen Master Nirvana's voice was questioning, he was certain. In the entire Pure Land, there were probably not many people who understood the phenomenon of entering silence better than him. Just as Great Zen Master Nirvana's gaze landed on Jiang Luer, the rain that had been pouring down for many days suddenly stopped on Sunday. The rain stopped and the clouds parted. Half of the morning sun's face peeked out from the horizon. Right above Jinshan Temple, a rainbow was born and hung horizontally between Jinshan Temple and the western heavenly realm. At the end of the rainbow was Jiang Luer, who was sitting on the wooden basin. Under the rainbow, Jiang Luer's body was overflowing with 7 colors. Under the 7 colors, there was a dense Buddhist light that suddenly rushed into the rainbow. An indescribable solemnity appeared on his face. Although the figure was sitting on the broken wooden basin with rainwater flowing out from the gaps in the wooden basin, in Great Zen Master Nirvana's eyes, it was like a 9th-grade golden lotus. Amiba, Disciple Nirvana, thanks Buddha for your kindness. Suddenly, Nirvana seemed to have understood something. Tears flowed out of his eyes. Ignoring his soaked kasaya, he knelt on the huge rock and respectfully kowtowed 9 times to the western heavenly realm. Not only was Nirvana stunned, even Xiao Hua, who was hiding at the side, felt that it was inconceivable. All of this was done by him behind the scenes. But all the signs pointed to the fact that the rainbow could be born so casually. What was with the Buddhist light on Jiang Luer's body? How could all these be so coincidental? After Nirvana kowtowed 9 times, the rainbow that pierced through the heavens and the earth disappeared. Jiang Luer's broken wooden basin floated to the bottom of the huge rock. Great Zen Master Nirvana no longer hesitated. A Buddhist cloud appeared under his feet and landed on Chunjiang. With a rare smile on his face, he reached out and hugged Jiang Luer in his arms. He lowered his head and looked at the broken wooden basin. After thinking for a moment, he also took the wooden basin in his hands and turned into a Buddhist light and rushed into Jinshan Temple. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Xiaohua's figure appeared on the other side of Chun. Jiang Luer's face was still full of confusion and even had a trace of worry. In Xiaohua's imagination, when Jiang Luer was awakened, he should be by her side, and Jiang Luer should not be talking or communicating with anyone in the Pure Land world. But now he had a sudden idea and really treated Jiang Luer as Jiang Luer and sent her down the river to Great Zen Master Jimia. Everything was out of his control. Not to mention Jiang Luer's Xiaoyu mainland accent. Not to mention Jiang Luer's gradual familiarity with the unfamiliar environment. Even if Great Zen Master Jimia asked about Jiang Luer's background, Xiaohua did not dare to imagine how Jiang Luer would answer. Yellow Flower Ridge? 100 Herbs? Morning Rain Continent? How would Jiang Luer explain to Nirvana Master Nirvana? Forget it, forget it. Xiaohua scratched his short hair in distress and comforted himself. Since Luer appeared in Jinshan Temple and caused such a strange phenomenon, I'm afraid Luer really has some background. Isn't this what Buddhism emphasizes? Even if Luer said something with Nirvana's experience, would he understand? When Luer is older, I'll come back and explain to him. Xiaohua looked at the Jinshan Temple for a moment and heard the Buddhist bell ringing in the temple. His figure floated up and began to fly in the direction of the great snowy mountain. His purpose of coming to the Western Paradise had finally been achieved. Xiaohua's heart could be said to have relaxed. However, after flying for 100 miles, Xiaohua suddenly stopped. He frowned and thought to himself, it's not right to leave Luer alone in Jinshan Temple. This Jinshan Temple is very strange. Nirvana Master is stingy, and narrow-minded. Yongzhong is an old monk with one foot in the grave. Miao Chun and Miao Fa are very reckless. Ming Shun is a monk who loves wine and meat. Damn it, there's no normal monk in this Jinshan Temple. Besides, the Pure Land is not the real Pure Land. It seems that I have to find someone who can protect Luer. Otherwise, how can I be at ease? Who? Where can I find someone to entrust Luer to? Xiaohua stood in the air and was distressed again. After all, Jiang Luer was not an ordinary person. He was Xiao Xianrui's beloved son. Xiaohua did not dare to neglect him in the slightest. Any negligence would make Xiaohua unable to face Xiao Xianrui and Zhang Qingxiao. Little Yellow? Little Black? Or Herculean Centipede? Xiaohua's mind turned rapidly, secretly looking for a candidate. After thinking for a moment, he decided that these three little things should be all right. Just as Xiaohua was about to enter the space to discuss with the three little things, Jiu, a burst of beast cries came from the mountain ridge below Xiaohua's feet. When Xiaohua looked down, he saw a group of monkeys playing happily in the mountain forest. Seeing the monkeys, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Yes, there were 2 fire apes in Xiaohua's space. Although these 2 fire apes were not directly placed in the space, but in the storage bag, even if they were placed in the storage bag. After all, they had been separated by yin and yang. Who knows what changes would happen to them? Such 2 spiritual creatures, if he did not use them now, when would he? This was a helper sent by the heavens. Although he was happy, Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. After all, the 2 fire apes were not like Little Yellow and Little Yellow. The 2 were his children, while the fire apes were outsiders. Especially the fire ape from before. It had a bad temper and was unruly. If he let it protect Jiang Luer, it would eat Jiang Luer. However, if he let the fire ape protect Jiang Luer, Xiaohua was even more worried. Although that fire ape looked well-behaved, its origin was very unclear. It suddenly appeared in the fog mountain and was taken in by him as soon as they met. Who knew what it was doing? What was special was that Xiaohua had an inexplicable vigilance towards this fire ape, an instinctive disbelief. Compared to the fire ape, Xiaohua believed that the one with a bad temper was more. That kind of unruly nature made people feel unyielding and rebellious. If he could give this fire ape some benefits, it might be able to make it feel grateful. However, the problem was that he had beaten up the fire ape more than once or twice. The fire ape hated him to the bone. If he were to give it a favor at this time, wouldn't it be too disrespectful to the fire ape? Wasn't it too straightforward? It was too obvious. What should I do? Xiao Hua was once again at a loss. After thinking for half a day, an idea that could not be considered perfect appeared in his mind. At this time, Xiao Hua did not have any particularly good ideas. He could only gamble. Of course, this gamble would not cost him anything. If there was a price to pay, the stingy Xiao Hua would not do it. Then, Xiao Hua released his Buddhist sense until it was 1,000 miles away. He looked at the situation within this 1,000 miles and then entered the space. When Jade Archive Xiao Hua arrived at a place in the space, he raised both of his hands and moved his mind. The scene within a few miles began to quickly change, just like the outside. When the illusion within a few miles was completed, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure rose again. As his figure slowly rose, the illusion extended into the distance. Okay. Seeing that the illusory realm had already enveloped the entire range of 1,000 miles, Jade Archive Xiao Hua stopped and said with a satisfied smile, "Although this poor Taoist can't really move mountains and seas, it shouldn't be a problem to create an illusory formation to fool the fire ape, right?" After saying that, Jade Archive Xiao Hua raised his hand again. With a loud, rumbling sound, a tall mountain rose from the ground and soared into the sky. Only then did it stop. Looking at the bare mountain, Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and then waved his hand. A little bit of green appeared on the mountain. The green quickly grew and turned into a towering pine tree. Under the pine tree, there were immortal herbs. Some turned into tall and straight bamboos that swayed with the wind. In the bamboo forest, there were some strange flowers competing with each other. It really looked like a fairyland. It seems like it's still missing something. Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked at the beautiful scenery of the strange mountain and felt happy. He pinched his chin and thought carefully. After a moment, Jade Archive Xiao Hua smiled and patted his forehead. Clear air spurted out from his head and landed on the strange mountain. He said, "How can there be no water when there is a mountain? How can there be no movement when there is still?" The clear air fell. Rumble. A waterfall flew down from the top of the mountain. The waterfall splashed in all directions and turned into large and small streams that coiled around the strange mountain. When the streams were formed, fish were born in the water. The sound of birds chirping in the foothills could be heard. Occasionally, there were the cries of beasts shaking the wilderness. Okay, I should have an immortal cave. Jade Archive Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. He pointed his finger again. At the top of the mountain, in a secret place, an immortal cave appeared. The immortal cave's passageway went deeper and deeper. Finally, inside the cave, there were layers upon layers of exquisite pavilions. It was connected to the Pearl Palace and the Pearl Palace. It was an endless room to live in seclusion. That's enough. It's only an illusion. I'll let the fire ape see it. Xiao Hua seemed to be very satisfied with the Jade Archive. He was just about to take out the spirit storage pouch, but looking at the somewhat simple and unadorned cave entrance, Xiao Hua's mind was moved. He pointed his hand, and with a loud bang, a stone tablet was born at the top of the cliff at the cave entrance. It was over 10 meters tall and over 8 feet long. What name should I write? Good Fortune? Longevity with Heaven and Earth? Or Fortune Gate? Don't. I don't know if this fire ape's intelligence has been opened. It's better not to reveal too much. Jade Archive Xiao Hua strangled these thoughts. All right, give it a name that is neither Buddha nor Tao. It doesn't need to know everything. Others won't be able to guess it. Aha, this is it. Jade Archive Xiao Hua waved his sleeve, and 10 golden words appeared on the stone tablet. Spiritual Fengsuan Mountain, Slanting Moon, and 3 Stars Cave. Chapter 3495. Along with the appearance of these words, Jade Archive Xiao Hua blew a breath of air. On the left side of the stone tablet, clouds of mist appeared and colorful lights flickered. Cypress and pine trees grew one after another, and the ground was covered with countless strange flowers and plants. Finally, There were even red-crowned cranes and other spirit birds flying nearby. Roar! Several beast cries resounded. The white deer, black bear, and other spirit beasts rolled in front of the cave entrance and scattered in all directions. After making such a scene, Jade Archive Xiao Hua was finally relieved. He flew to the bottom of the strange mountain and stretched out his hand. The spiritual storage bag appeared in his hand. He opened the spiritual storage bag and shook the fire ape with the sun-moon corona on its head to the ground. Looking at the fire ape with its eyes tightly closed, Jade Archive Xiao Hua pointed his finger and the sun-moon corona disappeared into the fire ape's head. Then, Jade Archive Xiao Hua flew into the air and looked at everything with a smile. The fire ape slowly opened its eyes. Before it could clearly see the situation around it, it immediately flew into a rage and roared at its surroundings. However, when the fire ape saw that its surroundings were quiet and only the sound of the wind and the chirping of birds could be heard, it was stunned. It looked to its left and right in disbelief. It really couldn't believe that Xiao Hua, who had tortured it, wasn't by its side. In fact, when it touched its head again, the sun-moon corona on its head was also gone. Roar! The fire ape was happy. It opened its mouth and roared. Its hand also fiercely hit its chest and even rolled on the ground. After tossing and turning for half an hour, who knew how many flowers and plants were crushed, it finally stopped. When the fire ape calmed down a little, its eyes that couldn't hide its joy looked at the strange mountain that Xiao Hua had just created. It actually spoke human language. Fuck! What a tall mountain! Who? After the fire ape finished speaking, it raised its head and looked at the sky. Its red eyes were full of vigilance. Who could it be? Naturally, it was Jade Archive Xiao Hua who was hiding in the sky. The fire ape opened its mouth and said fuck, which shocked Xiao Hua so much that he almost fell from the sky. He wasn't surprised that the fire ape could speak. After all, the separation of yin and yang wasn't a joke. Instead, he was surprised that the fire ape could spit out vulgarities when it opened its mouth. The fire ape naturally couldn't find a trace of Jade Archive Xiao Hua in the space. It just stared in the air for a long time, then withdrew its ominous glint and walked away. Looking at the fire ape's leisurely appearance, it seemed that it also enjoyed its rare freedom. The fire ape was happy, but Jade Archive Xiao Hua was not happy, because the fire ape was not heading towards a strange mountain, nor was it heading towards the Cave of 3 Stars. Seeing the fire ape walking further and further away, Jade Archive Xiao Hua had no choice but to point his finger. Then he heard a song coming from the strange mountain. Observing chess, colon, felling ding ding, cloud edge, valley entrance. Selling wine, laughing wildly and indulging in love. The autumn sky is high. Facing the moon, I sleep on the pine roots, and the dawn comes. Recognizing the old forest, climbing the cliffs, cutting the withered vines with an axe. Harvested into a caddy. In the Shinga market, 3 liters of rice were exchanged. Furthermore, there was no competition, so the current price was mediocre. You don't know how to scheme, you don't have honor or disgrace, and you live a peaceful life. Where we meet, you are not an immortal, yet you are Tao, sitting quietly and reciting the yellow chord. Unfortunately, when the fire ape heard this, it roared and shouted, "Noisy, noisy, I don't understand." As it spoke, flames appeared under its feet, and it was about to escape into the distance. Jade Archive Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. Although the fire ape's words were somewhat jerky, Jade Archive Xiao Hua understood that it was the language of the Xiaoyu continent, and not the language of the Elysium world that he had just spoken. Fuck, this is really troublesome. Jade Archive Xiao Hua could not help but curse. Fortunately, just when Jade Archive Xiao Hua wanted to use the same trick to attract the fire ape's attention, the fire ape actually stopped in midair. It looked at the strange mountain very doubtfully, and then looked to the side. This strange mountain was clearly different from the surroundings, especially when there were sounds of people inside. The fire ape was not stupid, so it naturally paid attention. Immediately, the fire ape raised its flames and rushed into the strange mountain. landing at the place where there was some movement before. Haha, I've fallen into the trap. Seeing this, Jade Archive Xiao Hua laughed wildly in his heart and proudly said, "Damn, since you're in Ai's hands, how can you escape? Even if you're now at the beginning of spiritual wisdom, I'll still make you fall into Ai's trap." Sure enough, the fire ape looked everywhere for the singer, but to no avail. It moved towards the direction of the cave of the slanting moon and 3 stars. However, when the fire ape looked at the tall stone tablet and the words on the stone tablet that it did not recognize, and then looked at the cave that was full of auspicious signs, it suddenly hesitated. A kind of reverence actually appeared in its red eyes, which was far from the fire ape's previous arrogance. Just when the fire ape was hesitating, the door of the cave slowly opened, and an immortal-like old man walked out of the cave. He looked at the fire ape with a smile and said, "Silly child, since you're here, why don't you enter?" The fire ape looked at the old man that Jade Archive Xiao Hua transformed into and was stunned. The expression on its ugly face changed a few times. Although the old man's hair and beard were all white, he looked like a crane with white hair and a youthful complexion. However, if the fire ape carefully looked at the old man's appearance, there was a kind of strange feeling. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, there were countless faces, whether male or female, Taoist or Buddhist, or ragged clothes or brocade robes with jade belts. It was impossible to see the old man's true appearance. In particular, although he could not understand the old man's words, the old man's voice seemed to be directly transmitted into his heart. A kind of sadness, a kind of grievance, a kind of dependence, and a kind of intimacy spontaneously arose from his heart. Almost regardless of everything, the fire ape rushed to the front of Xiao Hua and shouted, "Master, this disciple finally sees you." Jade Archive Xiao Hua heard the fire ape call him master and was unconsciously stunned. He was almost caught off guard. It was true that he had set up a trap for the fire ape in the space, but he only thought of Jiangchao Temple's Xiao Jian and the scene of Xiao Jian selling divination on the streets of Longevity Town. Jade Archive Xiao Hua was deliberately mystifying here, but he wanted to borrow the identity of an immortal to give the fire ape a few pointers so that it could protect Jiang Lu'er. Jade Archive Xiao Hua had never thought of accepting the fire ape as a disciple. However, looking at the fire ape's slightly trembling body, Jade Archive Xiao Hua was relieved. Whether it was a human or a demon, there was a dream in the heart. In the dream, there were relatives and enemies. This fire ape had been bullied by him in the Xiaoyu continent. In its heart, it probably had long dreamed of growing into a strong person. Now that it saw him so amiable, was it not the same kind of intimacy in its heart? And the result of this intimacy was that it wanted to worship him as a master and learn magical powers so that it could take revenge and vent its anger. Of course, Jade Archive Xiao Hua could not rule out the possibility that the fire ape was still lonely and now saw him as if it had found a home. "Silly child, when did this old man become your master?" Jade Archive Xiao Hua used his hand to knock the fire ape's head 3 times and said with a smile. Jade Archive Xiao Hua did not hide his words and directly used the language of the Xiaoyu continent. The fire ape heard it clearly. "Good master, father knows." The fire ape's words were still somewhat jerky. Jade Archive Xiao Hua pricked up his ears to listen carefully, only to hear the fire ape crying and complaining. "This little one was adopted by master when I was young, but when this little one grew up, master went out to wander. This time, this little one did not know how many years had passed. Now this little one finally sees master again. Little one, you are wrong." Jade Archive Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "This old man is not your master. This old man just came on a whim and knew that there was a guest coming to visit. This old man has never seen you before. No, you are my master. There is no mistake." The fire ape stiffened its neck and said, Jade Archive Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Since you say that I am your master, do you know my Dharma name?" The fire ape's face showed a painful expression and slightly shook its head. Reporting to Master, this little one was still young and did not remember Master's Dharma name. That's right, Jade Archive Xiao Hua said with a smile. This old man is Patriarch Subhoodie. You must remember clearly that this old man cannot be your master. The fire ape hesitated slightly and knew that it was wrong. However, it kowtowed again and said, although you were not my master before, this little one will worship you as my master now. Do you think it is so easy to enter my door? Jade Archive Xiao Hua waved his hand and said with a smile, moreover, you are stubborn and will definitely cause a great disaster in the future. If this old man accepts you as my disciple, won't I be inviting trouble to myself? This little one absolutely does not dare. At this time, the fire ape was actually very obedient. It knelt on the ground and did not dare to say anything, only kowtowing. Looking at the fire ape, who had always flown into a rage and fought with him without saying a word, who would rather die than submit, suddenly become so pitiful, Xiao Hua could not help but feel pity in his heart. He thought for a moment, waved his hand and said, forget it. Let's not talk so much first. Since I can meet you here, it can be considered fate. This old man can teach you some magical powers, but you have to help this old man do something, and you have to swear not to mention this old man's Dharma name in the future. Yes, this little one understands. As long as I can call Master, 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 not to mention one thing, even if it is 10 or 100 things, this little one is willing to die for Master, Master. The fire ape said very emotionally. Jade Archive Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand to help the fire ape up. He said, how is it as serious as you say? This old man just wants you to protect an ordinary monk. Yes, I will listen to Master's orders. The fire ape stood up and said with its head bowed. Jade Archive Xiao Hua entered the immortal's cave first and said without turning his head, come with this old man. Previously, Jade Archive Xiao Hua only used his method in the sky and had already created an immortal's cave in this strange mountain. Now that he really came in, he found that there were many flaws in the immortal's cave, and Xiao Hua had to make up for it as he walked. Fortunately, the fire ape lowered its head and did not dare to overstep, following Xiao Hua step by step, and also did not find anything. When they arrived at the main hall, Jade Archive Xiao Hua sat on a cloud bed, and the fire ape obediently stood below with its head lowered. Xiao Hua looked at the huge hall and felt embarrassed in his heart. Just now, he really showed off too much. He did not think so much and actually created such a huge hall in the illusion realm, but he did not think about getting a few disciples and so on. Fortunately, the fire ape was reserved and did not dare to ask more, and Jade Archive Xiao Hua was too lazy to explain. Chapter 3496. Little guy, what's your name? As if to cover up his embarrassment, Jade Archive Xiao Hua casually asked. As soon as he said this, Jade Archive Xiao Hua secretly laughed. Yes, the fire ape just came out of the spirit storage bag today and didn't even know how to speak before. How could he have a name? Sure enough, the fire ape's face turned red and bowed. I haven't seen my parents since I was young. How could I have a name? If Master doesn't mind, please bestow a name. Bestow a name. Jade Archive Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could he give a name with his half-baked literary talent? However, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's heart moved and nodded. You're a monkey that became a spirit. Why don't you have the surname Yuan? And you want to have the ability to understand heaven and earth. Why don't you be called Tontian? How about this? Yuan Tontian. Yuan Tontian. Good name, good name. The fire ape happily scratched his ears and cheeks, kneeling on the ground and thanking. Thank you, Master, for bestowing a name. Thank you, Master, for bestowing a name. Seeing the fire ape like this, Jade Archive Xiao Hua was also somewhat happy. He raised his hand and said, you don't need to kneel first. This old man's tribulation is coming, so I've already dismissed all my disciples. Now that I've met you, although I can't be your disciple, seeing that you're sincerely asking for guidance. I'll teach you a thing or two. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. The fire ape was overjoyed, but then he became worried. Master, what kind of tribulation do you have? Can this little one block the tribulation for Master? Jade Archive Xiao Hua was quite moved. He waved his hand and said, Cultivate well. When you know this old man's origin, maybe you can block the tribulation for this old man. Yes, this little one will do his best to cultivate. The fire ape said very sincerely. I hope to be able to help Master in the future. Then Jade Archive Xiao Hua said, Rest for a while. Let this old man think about what divine ability to teach you. Master, hearing this, the fire ape hurriedly said, This little one wants to have 3 divine abilities. I don't know if Master can bestow them. Haha, Monkey is really straightforward. Jade Archive Xiao Hua laughed. Tell me, let this old man listen. Is this the first? I want to practice a good staff technique so that I can beat immortals and ghosts. If any Taoist dares to bully me, I will also use this staff technique to kill him. Sweat. Jade Archive Xiao Hua curled his lips in his heart. Needless to say, the Taoist that Yuan Tongtian spoke of was himself. Well said. The Jade Archive Xiao Hua said with a smile. This old man here has the 36 forms of the earth-penetrating staff technique. It's just right for you to use. Thank you, Master. Yuan Tongtian was overjoyed. Number 2, this little one wants to learn the art of transformation. Whether the human demon, insect, fish, flower, bird, wood, or bamboo, this little one can transform into anything. This Jade Archive Xiao Hua was in a bit of a dilemma. He did know the transfiguration technique, but he had never tried it himself. Master? Before the Jade Archive, Xiao Hua did not immediately agree. Fire Ape Yuan Tongtian immediately smiled and said, If Master is not willing to teach, then just pretend that this little one did not say anything. That's not it. Jade Archive Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. This old man's transfiguration technique is quite profound. I'm afraid that it won't be easy for you to master it. How about this? This old man will teach you a simple introductory technique, and then teach you another technique to make up for it. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Yuan Tongtian's heart was filled with joy, as if he had never been this happy in his life. What about the third? Jade Archive Xiao Hua want to know what Yuan Tongtian's third condition was. Is this the third? Yuan Tongtian did not hesitate at all and said with a smile, This little one has not thought of the third technique yet. After this disciple has thought of it, how about I come back to find Master? Jade Archive Xiao Hua was puzzled at first, but then he felt some warmth in his heart. This was clearly an excuse for Yuan Tongtian to find him in the future. Who said that beasts are heartless? Demons are heartless? Forget it. You can think of the third condition first. This old man will teach you the magic cloud technique and divine sense technique. Jade Archive Xiao Hua said with a wave of his sleeve. Yuan Tongtian was so excited that tears were about to fall. It seemed that no one in this world had ever treated him so well. Close your eyes. Don't resist. Jade Archive Xiao Hua smiled faintly and waved his sleeve. This old man will teach you the divine sense technique. Thank you, Master. Yuan Tongtian did not know what was meant by 5 hearts facing the sky. He hurriedly knelt on the ground, closed his eyes, and supported himself with his arms on the ground. Jade Archive Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and suddenly stretched out several feet. He used his index finger to point at Yuan Tongtian's forehead. A crystal thread came out of his index finger and fell into Yuan Tongtian's body. Jade Archive Xiao Hua taught Yuan Tongtian a part of the heavenly staff technique, the heavenly law embodiment technique, the transfiguration technique, and the cultivation method of spirit guidance. While Yuan Tongtian was comprehending the divine sense technique, Jade Archive Xiao Hua hurriedly flew out of the cave and only returned after several hours. When Jade Archive Xiao Hua returned, Yuan Tongtian hurriedly greeted him and said somewhat anxiously, Master, you are back. This little one thought that you had already left. This old man still had some last things to do. I have just finished them. Jade Archive Xiao Hua explained and asked, have you fully comprehended these divine sense techniques? Yes, this little one has comprehended them all, Yuan Tong Tian said respectfully. However, these divine sense techniques require years of cultivation. This little one does not know if I have understood them all. Good. Tell me about your comprehension. Jade Archive Xiao Hua sat on a cloud bed and said with closed eyes. Then, Yuan Tong Tian told him about his comprehension in detail. Jade Archive Xiao Hua was very satisfied after hearing Yuan Tongtian's words. He corrected Yuan Tongtian's mistakes and explained the divine sense techniques again from beginning to end. Only then did he stop talking. Master, after Jade Archive Xiao Hua finished explaining, Yuan Tongtian closed his eyes for more than half an hour and said respectfully, this disciple has firmly remembered it. However, speak. Seeing Yuan Tongtian hesitate, Jade Archive Xiao Hua asked. The divine sense technique is very mysterious. This disciple is overjoyed after hearing it. However, this disciple seems to have the so-called divine sense, but this divine sense technique cannot be controlled. Isn't this divine sense technique a tree without roots? That's easy to say. Jade Archive Xiao Hua understood that Fire Ape Yuan Tongtian's divine sense should be called elemental will. If he wanted to cultivate and control it, he would have to rely on Taoist spiritual objects. Coincidentally, he had the rainbow cloud. This item was originally used to stimulate the divine sense of Taoist sect disciples. It should also be effective on Yuan Tongtian. Of course, Yuan Tongtian did not need to stimulate his divine sense again. He only needed to use the rainbow cloud to strengthen his elemental will and use spirit guidance to control it. Seeing that Jade Archive Xiao Hua was almost omnipotent, Yuan Tongtian became even more excited, almost jumping up and down in the main hall. Seeing Yuan Tongtian's happiness, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's heart moved, wanting to inquire about Yuan Tongtian's origin and even the origin of the other fire ape, as well as the origin of the male and female thunder beasts. However, just as Xiao Hua was about to open his mouth, he swallowed the words back down. After all, these things were easy to pry. Although Yuan Tongtian might not be suspicious right now, Yuan Tongtian's spiritual cavities had already been opened. Who knew when he would wake up? If Jiang Luer's matter was delayed because of this, it would be too late for Xiao Hua to regret. Forget it. Who doesn't have secrets? This Yuan Tongtian has always been arrogant and unruly, but in front of my so-called master, he is so well-behaved. He could be considered a filial monkey. There's no need to fuss over it. Jade Archive Xiao Hua dismissed the idea of pursuing the matter and took out the rainbow cloud for Yuan Tongtian to use. Sure enough, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's prediction was correct. The rainbow cloud was equally effective on elemental will. It even caused a slight change in Yuan Tongtian's elemental will. It could be activated and tempered like the divine sense of a Taoist cultivator. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Yuan Tongtian did a somersault in the main hall and shouted, in the future, I can be as powerful as Luer. This guy, Luer. Jade Archive Xiao Hua was stunned and asked curiously, who is Luer? Luer Macaque. Yuan Tongtian said unconcernedly, that guy has 6 ears. He is good at listening and can observe everything. It seems that there is nothing in the world that he doesn't know. I learned the divine sense from Master. If I practice more, I will definitely catch up with him in the future. Haha, I see. Jade Archive Xiao Hua said with a smile. He is born with the divine sense. Your divine sense has a limited range. I'm afraid you can't compare with him. Yuan Tongtian was not happy. He waved his furry paws and shouted, if you don't want to compete, then don't compete. That guy is the most cunning and insidious. His whereabouts are always sneaky. In the past, when I needed his help, I searched all over Meng Mountains, but he didn't. Yuan Tongtian's Meng Mountains was like a bolt from the blue to Jade Archive Xiao Hua's ears. It instantly reminded him of Master Qin Qin's death. Before she died, The green seal character, Lu, meant that the murderer was Lu Macaque, wasn't it? A wave of hatred suddenly rose from Jade Archive Xiao Hua's heart. Master, Yuan Tongtian suddenly panicked and said, "Why is the main hall suddenly shaking? Why is it suddenly so cold in the cave?" Jade Archive Xiao Hua calmed himself down. He knew that he lost control of his emotions and affected the illusion. His face was gloomy, and he said coldly, "Nothing. This old man's tribulation is coming. This cave, and even the Lingtai Fangsun Mountain, is about to collapse. Ah, Master, please come out with me. If you stay in this cave, won't you be in trouble?" Yuan Tongtian said worriedly. Jade Archive Xiao Hua saw the genuine concern in Yuan Tongtian's red eyes. The anger in his heart subsided. He waved his sleeves and said, "It's fine for now. Since there's still time, this old man will teach you more." "No, Master, I'd rather not learn than waste your time." Yuan Tongtian replied without hesitation. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up. What else do you not understand?" Xiao Hua said impatiently. Yuan Tongtian didn't understand why Jade Archive Xiao Hua suddenly changed his expression. He was afraid and didn't dare to say more. He said in a low voice, "I really like the art of transformation. It's just that I haven't been able to find the trick. Close your eyes and open your mouth." Jade Archive Xiao Hua said calmly. Chapter 3497. Yuan Tongtian hurriedly sat down, closed his eyes, and opened his mouth. Xiao Hua took out the rejuvenation elixir. He knew that six-eared macaque had killed Master Qin Qin for the rejuvenation elixir, and he had also heard the elder Wu of Hutu village say that the rejuvenation elixir had some effect on the art of transformation. Yuan Tongtian took the rejuvenation pill and opened his eyes. He looked at Xiao Hua timidly and said, "Master, don't be angry. I'm stupid and didn't cultivate well. I'll cultivate well in the future." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "This has nothing to do with you." "Yes, Master." Yuan Tongtian lowered his head and didn't dare to ask, "How do you feel? Can you transform?" Xiao Hua asked. Yuan Tongtian's face turned red. After a while, he whispered, "I still can't." "Well, don't worry. This isn't something that can be cultivated in a day or two." Xiao Hua nodded. "But I don't have enough time, so I can only pass it to you in a hurry. You'll have to rely on yourself in the future." "All right, wait a moment." Xiao Hua pointed his finger, and a mother-child spirit fruit appeared on top of Yuan Tongtian's head. "Eh?" Yuan Tongtian was surprised. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Xiao Hua's gloomy face, he quickly shut his mouth. Xiao Hua pointed his finger, and the mother-child spirit fruit turned into a ball of golden liquid. The golden talisman inside the liquid was like a fish swimming in water. "Don't resist." Jade Archive Xiao Hua said indifferently. With a grab of his hand, Yuan Tongtian flew into the air like a baby. That golden liquid suddenly expanded and covered Yuan Tongtian within. Xiao Hua opened his mouth and blew. A golden light fell into the liquid, and the liquid immediately boiled. Then, like a big hand rubbing it, it changed into all kinds of shapes. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Xiao Hua shouted, "Quick!" The golden liquid suddenly shrank, and Yuan Tongtian's figure was revealed. The mother-child spirit fruit's liquid had completely seeped into his body. Without waiting for his body to land on the ground, a golden light flashed around Yuan Tongtian's body, and a somewhat strange-looking human figure appeared in midair. It was Yuan Tongtian who had used the transfiguration technique to transform. "Humph, you've only learned a little, and you're so arrogant. You can't be taught." Xiao Hua pointed his finger, and a bolt of lightning struck the strange human figure. Yuan Tongtian's body was revealed. Yuan Tongtian had already appeared. He quickly kneeled on the ground and cried, "Master, don't be angry. Don't be angry. I just want to see who allowed you to call yourself a disciple." Jade Archive Xiao Hua sneered. "Didn't this old man say it before? You are not this old man's disciple. So don't say that you are this old man's disciple in front of others. Master doesn't recognize me as his disciple, but in my heart, Master is my master." He will be my master for life. Yuan Tongtian's eyes were filled with tears, as if he had a premonition. Xiaohua said, Xiaohua's words. This is just a deal. You only need to help this old man protect one person. We're not master and disciple. Yes, I know I'm not worthy to be master's disciple. Yuan Tongtian was very sad and said in a low voice, Master, please tell me the name of that person, and where that person is now. This old man doesn't know this person's name, nor does this old man know where he appeared. However, this old man observed the sky at night and knew that this person should be within 300 li. He should be a 5 or 6-year-old little monk. According to this old man's divination, that little monk should be drifting with the river. You can look for him near the Chun River. Remember, you must protect him silently, and don't let the little monk know. Xiaohua didn't dare to tell Yuan Tongtian the name of Jiang Luer directly. He simply said a few words, and with a wave of his hand, a big black stick was thrown in front of Yuan Tongtian. He said coldly, You and I are finished, you can go. Master, if it was an ordinary Yuan Tongtian who saw the big black stick, he would definitely be happy. But how could he be happy now? Go. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the big stick flew into Yuan Tongtian's hand, and his body disappeared. Master, master, master. Yuan Tongtian called out his master several times, tears streaming down his face. Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't appear again. The whole hall began to shake, and stones and other things fell. Yuan Tongtian had no choice but to kneel on the ground and cow down 9 times. Only then did he walk out of the main hall, turning his head 3 times with each step. Yuan Tongtian looked very sad. Even if a stone fell on his shoulder, he didn't care. He was afraid that he would anger Jade Archive Xiaohua. Sigh. Xiaohua frowned in midair. This fire ape is loyal and affectionate. Next, Xiaohua reached out his hand again, and the storage bag fell into his hand. He reached out and pulled the 6-eared macaque out of the bag by its throat, which was something he rarely did. Looking at the 6-eared macaque with its eyes closed, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. He only needed to use a little strength, and the 6-eared macaque would be squashed like a fly. That would be revenge for Master and I-Chin. But Xiaohua was no longer the old Xiaohua. His hands were like cast iron, and he held the 6-eared macaque tightly. But he didn't use any strength. The 6-eared macaque was the culprit behind Master and I-Chin's death, but Master and I-Chin had clearly told Xiaohua to not avenge him. Xiaohua could faintly understand the remorse in Master and I-Chin's heart. This was Master and I-Chin's karma, not Xiaohua's. Because of the 6-eared macaque's attack, Master and I-Chin died on the night of the blood moon. This ending was perfect for Master and I-Chin, and in this respect, the 6-eared macaque did not do anything unforgivable. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's face gradually turned green, and the gloom in his heart disappeared. He looked at the 6-eared macaque and shook his head. Forget it. Blessings are blessings, and sins are sins. Everyone has their blessings, and everyone has their sins. Don't say that the heavens are unfair, because the time is not right. You may be the sins of others, but you are also the blessings of others. However, I is I, and you must not have the impression of I in your mind. Leaving it in your mind is blasphemy to I. Thinking of this, Xiaohua reached out his hand and touched the 6-eared macaque's forehead. A 5-colored light flashed, and nothing else happened. What about Yuan Tongtian? Xiaohua thought to himself. Should I erase his memory as well? Sigh, forget it. There is no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. Although Xiaohua did not intend to take the 6-eared macaque's life with his own hands, he was determined not to let the 6-eared macaque stay in the space anymore. Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at Yuan Tongtian, who was walking out of Bir Fengsun Mountain, and raised his hand. Rumble! An earth-shaking sound rang out, and the entire Bir Fengsun Mountain collapsed. Yuan Tongtian had just stepped on flames and flew up when Jade Archive Xiaohua immediately grabbed him. Master! Yuan Tongtian, who was out of the space, could only see the original scenery of the Pure Land. Looking at the place where he came from, The Beer Fongsun Mountain had completely disappeared. Yuan Tongtian was so sad that he knelt on the ground and cried. This little one is really stupid. I didn't think that I would have to say goodbye to you as soon as I saw you. Although you don't allow this little one to call you master, you are my master. This little one only has you in my heart. Even if this little one is smashed to pieces, I will still complete your orders. This little one is going to find the little monk related to Chunjiang. After he finished crying and speaking, Yuan Tongtian kowtowed again. Only then did he put the black iron rod on his shoulder. With one hand on one end of the iron rod, he walked in a certain direction while facing the afterglow of the setting sun. The shadow behind him was very long, just like the sadness in his heart. Xiao Hua was hidden in the air, looking at the direction Yuan Tongtian was walking, and was completely different from Chunjiang. He did not make a sound. The radius of more than 500 li was not big, so Yuan Tongtian could definitely find Jiang Luer. However, thinking about Yuan Tongtian's filial piety these few days, Xiao Hua felt a little reluctant. Even cultivators have feelings. Seeing Yuan Tongtian walk away, Xiao Hua's face turned cold. He used the wind escape technique and flew towards the snowy mountain. As for the six-eared macaque, although Xiao Hua would not kill it, he would definitely not treat it well. When he passed by a dangerous place filled with fog, Xiao Hua shook his hand and threw the six-eared macaque, whose memory he had already erased, down. Xiao Hua knew that the six-eared macaque would not fall to its death. However, he did not want to worry about what would happen to it after it was seriously injured. Although he did not know when Jiang Luer would wake up, he did not even know if Jiang Luer would wake up. However, with Jiang Luer in the hands of the great Zen master, he was much more confident than in Xiao Hua's space. Xiao Hua absolutely believed that the great Zen master would not only be jealous of Jiang Luer, who was only 5 or 6 years old, but also curious. Furthermore, with the great Zen master's status, Xiao Hua also believed that he would definitely not harm Jiang Luer's life. The worst-case scenario was that Nirvana Zen master would try his best to destroy Jiang Luer's state of solitude due to jealousy. The most likely scenario was that Nirvana Zen master would try his best to comprehend Jiang Luer's state of solitude. No matter what the situation was, it would be beneficial and harmless to Jiang Luer. It was something that Xiao Hua could not do. The worst-case scenario is that Nirvana Zen master is unable to wake Jiang Luer up. Then the next time I come to Nirvana, I will take Jiang Luer away. Xiao Hua, who was flying hurriedly in midair, thought so. Moreover, this Xiao's Buddha Sarira is also comprehending Buddhism day and night. Perhaps this Xiao will be able to find the way to enter state of solitude. At this time, Xiao Hua was not too worried about Black Wind Ridge. After all, there was a large formation there. What he was worried about was the space vein. Sun Jian said that the space vein would collapse soon, but Xiao Hua felt that it would take at least more than a month. However, Xiao Hua had already spent a month in the Pure Land world. There was not much time left for him. Chapter 3498. Xiao Hua was very clear that there must be a direct path from here to the snowy mountain. If he flew straight there, he would definitely arrive very quickly. However, Xiao Hua didn't dare to fly directly like other people. He didn't dare to believe in his sense of direction on the continent. He could only go to Saint River first, and then return to the snowy mountain from there. Fortunately, since Xiao Hua had a sense of direction in the void, the spirit Qi heaven opened. Although his sense of direction on the continent didn't improve fundamentally, it still had some influence. Xiao Hua was somewhat off when he was hurrying, but this deviation didn't seem to be big because he was very careful. After a few days, Xiao Hua touched Saint River. Of course, the location of Saint River was definitely different from before. It was far from the village where Wang Bianfei was. Immediately, Xiao Hua slightly identified the direction and found a small temple on the left. He asked about the snowy mountain's location and once again rushed into the sky. Only now did Xiao Hua know that there was more than one snowy mountain in the Western Paradise. The snowy mountain where the exquisite temple was located was definitely not the most famous. It It was just the closest to Saint River. At first, Xiaohua was still somewhat uncertain. However, seeing some familiar scenery, Xiaohua slowly felt relieved. Finally, in his divine sense, the divine sense mark he made at the snowy mountain appeared. Only then did he feel completely relieved. Then he once again changed the direction that had deviated by a lot and rushed into the snowy mountain. At this time, it was snowing like goose feathers on the snowy mountain. The fluttering snowflakes were exactly the same as when Xiaohua came out of the spatial vein that day. Xiaohua stood in the sky above the exquisite temple and looked at the water vapor in the pool. He looked at the main hall of the exquisite temple as if he had never left. However, things were still the same, but people were different. The snowy mountain hadn't changed, and the exquisite temple hadn't changed. However, the old monk who swept the floor was missing. The snow in front of the main hall was extremely thick, and no one would sweep it. If it wasn't for the bright sun, the snow would have covered the entire exquisite temple. With a sigh, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense and looked at the place where the old monk's body was burned. Only then did he withdraw his Buddhist sense and return it to the exquisite temple. Then, with a wave of his hand, the broom placed in the corner of the temple fell into Xiaohua's hands. Xiaohua started to clean the corner in front of the main hall, just like the old monk did that day. Of course, Xiaohua's speed of sweeping the snow was very fast. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the entire courtyard was cleaned up. However, looking at the endless falling snowflakes, Xiaohua knew that before long, the open space in front of the main hall would be covered with snow again. Suddenly, Xiaohua had an idea. Bringing Wang Bianfei and his mother back to the hidden immortal continent might not be an excellent choice. It would be better to let Wang Bianfei and his mother live in this Shaolin Long temple, and then give them some money and food so that they would not have any difficulties in life. Of course, after thinking about this, Xiaohua laughed involuntarily. This snowy mountain was extremely high. Wang Bianfei's cultivation had yet to reach completion, so he couldn't freely go up and down. Wang Bianfei's mother was also immortal, so she couldn't go up and down from such a high place. If he left them in such a dangerous place, unless they didn't go up and down the mountain again, there would definitely be danger. These two people were not like the old monk. They did not have too many worldly requirements, especially Wang Bianfei's mother. She did not cultivate. If she stayed here for a long time, she might have complaints. These complaints would definitely affect Wang Bianfei. If he did this, it would be better to send them back to the village. Forget it. Xiaohua shook his head slightly and threw away this idea. He walked towards other places in the Shaolin Long temple. He looked at the stove, looked at the main hall, and finally came to the old monk's hut. He looked at the old wooden cabinets around and then turned around to leave. But when he turned around, Xiaohua frowned and said to himself, "That's not right. The old monk is an ordinary monk. He doesn't know how to fast. Even the Buddha, who has the divine ability of Buddhism, has to eat vegetarian food. But why do I only see a little butter tea at the stove? Could it be that the old monk doesn't need to eat?" Saying this, Xiaohua walked to the front of the wooden cabinets and looked at them. He opened the cabinets one by one and found the dark wooden box. After opening it, he saw the dozen or so cabinets inside. Huh, what is this? Looking at the few thumb-sized dark beads at the bottom of the dozen or so cabinets, Xiaohua was curious. He reached out his hand and took one out. He put it in front of his nose and sniffed it. Xiaohua nodded slightly and said with a smile, "So it's like this. This is a pill refined from spirit herbs. It's somewhat similar to the fasting pill, but it seems that these pills are more useful than the fasting pill. The old monk took these pills to maintain his vitality, right? It's a pity that there's no pill formula here. Otherwise, the Xiao could refine some." Xiaohua smacked his lips, looking very regretful. He then put away the bead in his hand. He didn't touch the other cabinets. He still closed the wooden box and put it back in its original place. After taking one last look at the Shaolin Long temple, Xiaohua flew into the sky and didn't look back. He knew in his heart that he didn't know when he would come to the snowy mountain again. Who knew what changes would happen to the Shaolin Long temple at that time? Unfortunately, after flying for a while, Xiaohua suddenly stopped in midair. His face carried a kind of excitement, as if he had thought of something. He immediately turned around and landed at the place where he first left his divine sense mark. After looking around, he actually used the earth escape technique to rush into the snowy mountain. After a full half an hour, Xiaohua's figure finally came out of the snowy mountain. His face was full of regret. He muttered to himself, "AI, what a pity. This Xiao already has the materials to lay down a teleportation array. But to lay down a teleportation array is not something that can be done in a month. It will take several years. How can this Xiao stay here for long? Forget it, forget it. I'll leave my divine sense here first. I'll lay down the teleportation array in the hidden immortal continent first. I'll think about it later when I come to the Western Paradise. Hee, if there's a teleportation array that connects the two continents in the future, won't this Xiao be able to come and go as he pleases?" After saying that, Xiaohua could only fly into the sky again and rush to the place where the space meridian was previously opened. A faint green light flashed between Xiaohua's eyebrows as he opened his delusion breaker eye. His silver-white eyes stared at the void as a silver beam of light as thick as the mouth of a bull fell into the void. Wong wong. After a moment, as the silver beam of light rotated and produced a huge rumbling sound, a space crack slowly appeared. When the crack was big enough, Xiaohua closed his delirium eyes with a satisfied expression. Obviously, the essence of the void-penetrating beast was very useful. In just a month, Xiaohua's delirium eyes had made great progress. Looking at the space meridian, it was overflowing with a destructive aura, but it seemed that the situation had not reached the point of completely collapsing. Xiaohua was overjoyed and was about to float in, but at this moment, Xiaohua felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at a place. That place was filled with wind and snow, and there was nothing abnormal. Xiaohua frowned, and his expression changed slightly. He didn't dare to stay for a long time and hurriedly rushed into the space crack. After a moment, the space crack slowly closed, leaving no trace behind. The snow was still falling, and the wind was still blowing. In the direction Xiaohua was looking, not to mention 100 miles, even 1,000 miles or 10,000 miles away, there was nothing abnormal. However, what about 1,000,000 miles or even 10,000 miles away? It was a little different. This was a hall of unknown size, and he didn't know where this hall was located. He only knew that the entire hall was filled with Buddhist light. Layers of golden light scattered in all directions like the sun. In the entire hall, there seemed to be only one person, but there also seemed to be hundreds of millions of people. At the head of the hall, a 90-foot-tall golden body of a Buddhist statue sat upright on a 9-grade lotus platform. Around the golden body, in the void, there was a constant flow of simple yet substantial power of faith. When the power of faith rushed into the golden body, it was like thousands of streams returning to the sea without the slightest ripple. However, the flashing Buddha light around the golden body went against the power of faith and also disappeared into the void. In addition to this golden Buddha statue, there seemed to be countless Buddhist statues in the hall. These Buddhist statues didn't shine under the golden statue, and their figures couldn't be seen. Even if one were to scan them with their naked eyes or Buddhist sense, they wouldn't be able to detect them. Not only that, but behind this 90-foot-tall golden statue, there was a Buddhist light wheel that was even larger than the 90-foot-tall golden statue. Above this light wheel, there was an uncountable amount of Buddhist light that was as thin as hair rotating. Every time the Buddhist light flashed, a small world would appear in the Buddhist light. Inside each small world, there would be the creation of a new world. Inside each small world, there would be countless flowers, birds, insects, and fish. Similarly, inside each small world, there would be tens of thousands of creatures that would appear and multiply. When this Buddhist light was annihilated, the small world would collapse, be destroyed, and die. The entire small world would be reduced to a void. Looking at the golden statue again, there were hundreds of millions of swastikas condensing into golden swastikas of various sizes. These golden swastikas were born as if they were breathing, and they were also swimming like fish. All kinds of mysteries and layers of reincarnation seemed to be evolving within these golden swastikas. Below the golden statue were 9 lotus platforms. Each lotus platform was as heavy as 10,000 caddies, and each lotus platform was thick and solid. The surface of the lotus platforms also had golden swastikas, but these golden swastikas were like tiny heavenly dragons. These heavenly dragons swam on one lotus platform and rushed to the other lotus platforms in a very orderly manner. The golden swastikas on the 9 lotus platforms connected together like an isolated world. It was as if the lotus platforms were above the hall, but in reality, it was unknown where they were. The golden statue's face was solemn, and a supreme pressure came from between its brows. In its slightly opened eyes, not only was there wisdom that could see through all things and control all things, but there was also compassion that bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. Anyone who saw it, whether they were immortals or mortals, would be filled with admiration. If this golden statue was a Mahavarakana, then which Buddhist lord was it? Chapter 3499. At this moment, the Mahavarakana, revered Buddha, smiled as he held a flower in his hand and chanted mantras. Countless heavenly flowers fell from the main hall, and countless heavenly maidens danced in the sky. There were also countless heavenly dragons cruising below the hall. The Buddha said, "For the Bodhisattva's voice to the people of the world. When the great teachings are widely spread and the great teachings are performed, all are gathered in the 7 Treasures lecture hall in order." At the beginning, the Buddha's voice to the people of the world was heard. There was no one who did not happily understand what they had learned. Everyone gains according to their talents. There is a natural breeze in all directions, blowing the treasure tree to make 500 notes. At this moment, I am overjoyed beyond words. When the golden body finished speaking, the flowers withered and the heavenly maidens mourned. Even the thousands of heavenly dragons wailed and wept with joy. The revered Buddha's words are too wonderful for words. A pious voice sounded. Above the main hall that seemed to be void, thousands of Buddha's rays were produced. It was unknown how many Buddha's bodies that could not be seen clearly before appeared. Inside, an old man with a simple face put his palms together and said, "This Ananda Sutra is the sharpening of suffering. Anyone who can comprehend the samadhi within will be able to have a Buddha in his heart." Amitabha. Everyone in the main hall chanted the Buddha's name in unison. Their bodies emitted Buddha's rays at the same time. The Buddha's rays above the main hall welcomed the Buddha's rays of the golden body. The golden body of the revered Buddha was like the sun. Many of the golden bodies of the Buddha statues were not as bright as the stars in the night sky. The main hall that was originally a single Buddha suddenly became lively. Below the main hall, there were 4 ferocious and imposing Vajras standing in front of the main hall door. Each of them held a Buddha's treasure that was full of evil spirit. On both sides of the main hall, there were 500 arhats. These arhats were either sitting, lying down, standing, dancing, or shaking their heads. After the arhats, there were 3,000 Vajras. These Vajras had different faces and figures. There were even some who were of different species. After the Vajras, there were countless venerables and indigo Buddhas. These venerables and indigo Buddhas were all devout as they chanted the Heart Sutra with their palms together. Above the main hall, to the left of the Mahavarakana revered Buddha, was a Buddha's body that was 90 feet tall. That Buddha's face looked miserable with thousands of wrinkles. The Buddha's rays were auspicious, just like the rebirth of the revered Buddhas. However, the Buddha's rays were mostly waning, with no signs of revival. Before this Buddha's body was an ancient lamp with dim light. Wasn't that Buddha's? As Buddha's Buddha, the Buddha's rays, the Buddha's Buddha's, the Buddha's rays. Buddha's is Buddha's, Buddha's is Buddha, Buddha's Buddha was Buddha, Buddha, Buddha was Buddha, was Buddha, was Buddha, Buddha, Buddha was Buddha, Buddha was Buddha, Buddha. In front of the Mahavakana world, revered one, under the 9-grade lotus platform, there was a golden light of 80 feet around his left hand. However, the golden light was empty. Not to mention the golden body, there wasn't even a human figure. On the other hand, on the right side of the Mahavakana world, a bodhisattva with a face full of unswerving determination radiated a Buddhist light that was 80 feet wide. However, if one took a closer look, the bodhisattva standing there with the staff in his hand was different from the Buddha Lord. Although the bodhisattva was a statue of great forbearance and great wish, the Buddha light around the bodhisattva flashed with traces of bloody light, filled with the aura of the netherworld. The bodhisattva's golden body was close to nothingness, with only a faint outline. The faint power of faith was generated vertically from the void, slowly filling the thin outline. Wasn't this bodhisattva the Namo, great aspiration, Ksitigarbha bodhisattva, who would never become a Buddha if hell wasn't empty? Now, the Namo, great aspiration, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's Dharma image closed his eyes and stood on the rightmost side of the Mahavakana world, revered one. The leftmost side of the Namo, great aspiration, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's Dharma image was also nothingness. After the quaint old man finished speaking, another Arhat taming dragon stood up. He put his palms together and bowed, asking, "Revered one's Dharma is boundless. Today, the Ananda Sutra has allowed me to comprehend a lot. The last time I heard Revered One explain the Ananda Sutra was 600 years ago. That day, Revered One only said that this sutra shouldn't be said too much. I wonder why Revered One suddenly began to talk about it today. Buddha said, the world doesn't hear of suffering, but happiness doesn't exist. People often think about difficulties, but if they don't experience happiness, then everything will prosper. My great Thunderclap Temple's Bodhisattva has attained enlightenment for a long time. We live in comfort and have fewer worries. If I don't talk about the Ananda Sutra, what Dharma will I talk about? Once the Mahavakana world revered one spoke, the heavenly flowers fell in disorder, and the Buddha light was limitless. That Arhat taming dragon bowed and sat down. He closed his eyes and pondered. After the Arhats, there were those who had obtained the Dharma with smiles on their faces. There were also those who were puzzled and frowned. There were all kinds of expressions. At this moment, a heavenly king at the door of the hall called out in a deep voice, "Revered one, wise Manjushri Bodhisattva has returned by decree. Announce!" Joy appeared on the Mahavakana world, revered one's face, as he opened his mouth and said, following the revered one's words, the door of the hall opened, revealing the magnificent scene of thousands of lotuses in front of the hall. These lotuses were all blooming with 9-colored brilliance. Under the lotuses, there was a boundless green water. This green water didn't have any waves. Billions of golden inscriptions were hidden in this green water. Every drop of green water showed the birth and destruction of a small kiliacosm. When the bodhisattvas saw the door of the hall open, they were all delighted. They all said, "Nama wise Manjushri Bodhisattva." As I heard for a time, Buddha gave the tree to the Garden of Solitude in the Shiwei kingdom, together with the 8,000 monks of Bhikkhu, Elder Sariputra, Mahakassapa, and so on, were also. The chanting turned into thousands of golden lotuses that flew out from the hall and entered one of the lotuses. That lotus suddenly grew bigger. When it rose to the height of 80 feet, Manjushri Bodhisattva's golden body appeared. A Buddha cloud appeared under his feet and carried the 80 feet golden body into the hall. Manjushri Bodhisattva entered the hall. He put his palms together and bowed. Amitba, disciple Manjushri, greets the revered one. After 9 lifetimes of training, you have finally achieved enlightenment. From now on, you will not enter the cycle of reincarnation and fall into the mortal world. Your golden body is clean, and your Buddha heart is stable. You will no longer have any fate with the mortal world. I congratulate you. Mahavrakana World Revered One said with a smile. Thank you, Revered One. Manjushri Bodhisattva bowed respectfully. Manjushri, before you return to your position, I have to remind you. Mahavakana World Revered One said again. I think you already know when you are in the Lotus Platform realm. My Buddhism sect has 9 transformations of the golden body. You are only at the first level now. If you want to live as long as the heavens and become immortal, you have to go through 9 transformations before you can complete it. Moreover, your cultivation of Buddhism is still shallow. You are still far from being accepted into the Buddhist kingdom. You cannot be arrogant and remain stagnant. Thank you, Revered One. I understand. Manjushri Bodhisattva nodded and said. Mahavrakana World Revered One was very happy and said, since that's the case, Manjushri Bodhisattva, return to your position. More than half of the 4 bodhisattvas in front of me have returned to their positions. Hearing that, Manjushri Bodhisattva's face turned solemn. He walked toward the flashing golden light on the left of Mahavrakana World Revered One. When his golden body merged with the golden light, the Buddha light behind his head shone brightly. It went straight to the top of the hall. When the Buddha light condensed, thousands of feet of Buddha light filled the entire hall. Thousands of power of faith came from the void and fell into his golden body. No matter if it was the heavenly flower, the heavenly lady, or the heavenly dragon, they all came to congratulate him. Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva. Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva. The sound of chanting came from all over the hall. Good. Mahavrakana World Revered One was very happy. When he was about to say something, suddenly, under his right hand, the gap between Manjushri Bodhisattva and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva suddenly flashed with brilliance. The Buddha light, that was a few times stronger than Manjushri Bodhisattva's, instantly appeared. In a moment, it formed an 8-foot shadow. Even Mahavrakana World Revered One was surprised. Congratulations, World Revered One. The Dipankara Archaic Buddha on the left smiled. First, Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva has returned. Now, Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva has returned. Our blessed land world's Buddha light shines upon all. Congratulations, World Revered One. All the Buddhas congratulated him in unison. However, the joy on Mahavrakana World Revered One's face wasn't what they had imagined. Seeing this, the Dipankara Archaic Buddha smiled. World Revered One, Manjushri Bodhisattva has returned. Our Thunder Sound Temple had a Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, which is our blessed land world's merit. When Samantabhadra Bodhisattva returned, our Thunder Sound Temple didn't have any Buddha signs. So, the Buddha Kingdom's Buddha child's 9 transformations golden body should have returned, right? Dipankara Archaic Buddha. Mahavrakana World Revered One pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, have you received any message from the Buddha Kingdom's main body? Dipankara Archaic Buddha shook his head slightly and didn't say anything. There's so many accidents. I'm afraid there's a problem. A miserable expression appeared on Mahavrakana World Revered One's face. Amipa, there will always be accidents. If there weren't any accidents, the 3 continents would have already fallen into our hands. Dipankara Archaic Buddha didn't care at all and answered with a smile. At this moment, many Buddhas at the side of the main hall also had strange expressions on their faces. After all, no matter which Buddhas wanted to attain fruition, they would only come to the Thunder Sound Temple because of Mahavrakana World Revered One's request, and the Heavenly King went to receive them. How could they appear out of nowhere like this? World Revered One, the golden lotus in the receiving pond is shining. I'm afraid that Samantabhadra Bodhisattva has arrived. The Heavenly King in front of the hall's door hurriedly reported. Announce. Mahavrakana World Revered One sighed in his heart and said. At the same time, with the Buddhist oracle, The door of the main hall slowly opened. In the lotus pond where Manjushri had walked out, the Buddhist light shone brightly again. One of the lotuses was lifted high, and it was dozens of feet higher than the other lotuses. An extremely strong Buddhist light fell vertically from the sky and covered the lotuses. In the Buddhist light, the lotuses suddenly expanded to more than 8 feet. Different from when Manjushri had appeared, the lotuses shrank rapidly after reaching 8 feet and expanded again. After 3 times, the Buddhist light disappeared and the lotuses bloomed. A bodhisattva wearing a 5 Buddha golden crown and a cassock walked out of the lotuses. The bodhisattva held a rui scepter in his left hand and looked solemn. When he came out of the lotuses, he didn't enter the main hall like Manjushri. Instead, he put his palms together and bowed, saying, "Disciple Samantabhadra greets the world, revered one." Chapter 3500. Samantabhadra, you are the 3rd transformation golden body. Now, enter the lotus pond and rebuild your body. Mahavarakana said. Sure enough, after the light of Buddha disappeared, only a faint outline was left on Samantabhadra's golden body. Not to mention the lotus seat, even the entire golden body was made of lines. Disciple obeys Venerable One's order. Samantabhadra lowered his head and said, not daring to refute. His body slowly sank into the pool of green water under the lotus. Go. As Samantabhadra, Bodhisattva's golden body soaked into the lotus cleansing pond, bubbles appeared in the green water. Hundreds of millions of small kiliacosms emerged from the bubbles and rushed into Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's golden body. At the same time, the golden inscriptions in the green water gathered on Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's golden body. Layers of Buddhist light appeared from the golden body. The heavenly flowers and fairies appeared again, dancing around the lotus cleansing pond with thousands of Sanskrit chants. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva only flew out of the lotus cleansing pool after a few minutes. Rumble. The sound was like thunder. The power of faith that flowed like water was born from the void and poured into Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's golden body. Behind the golden body, the Buddha's light was shining brightly. At this time, Samantabhadra's golden body had condensed, especially under Samantabhadra's feet. 8 lotus seats appeared out of thin air, carrying Samantabhadra into the main hall of Lane Temple. After paying his respects to Maharakana, Samantabhadra followed Buddha's order and ascended to the Namo Great Movement Samantabhadra's position on the right hand of the Buddha Lord. Immediately, the whole hall was filled with sounds of chanting. At this time, Samantabhadra is in front of Tathagata, sitting on the lotus seat of Shitsi, receiving the power of Buddha and entering Samantabhadra. The name of this samadhi is, all Buddhas Varokana Tathagata are hiding within, and all Buddhas are equal and can be shown to the public in the Dharma realm. Vast and unhindered, the same as the void. The Dharma realm sea vortex, nothing can enter. Born from all samadhi, it can include all Dharma realms. The wisdom of all Buddhas of the 3 eras are born from this, and all Buddhas of the 10 directions can be shown. In a dust, there's the world sees dust, and in a flash, there's the world sees dust, and in front of a Buddha, there's the world sees dust, and in front of a Buddha, there's the world sees dust, and in front of a Buddha, there's the world sees dust, and Samantabhadra. When the Bodhisattvas finished chanting, the entire thunder sound temple shone brightly with Buddhist light. The Bodhisattva's Buddhist light shot up to the sky and formed their own Dharma images. The entire thunder sound temple's main hall was filled with countless strange phenomena. Congratulations, revered one of the world. After a while, Fuhu Luohan clasped his palms together. Although he was congratulating them, the sorrow on his face did not lessen. 2 out of the 3 bodhisattvas of the Lane Temple have returned in one day. That Namo merciful Guanyin Bodhisattva almost attained fruition earlier. Given enough time, he will definitely return to the Buddha. Amitba, Fuhu Luohan is right. Dipankara nodded. If it wasn't for Mavarakana, revered one of the world's teachings, how could the Pure Land world's fate with Buddhism flourish? How could the Buddhist light of the Buddhism sect illuminate the three continents? Even Samantabhadra Bodhisattva was attracted by the Buddhist light of the Pure Land world. That's why he chose to undergo the Golden Body third stage here. Amitabha, revered one of the world's merits are boundless. All the Bodhisattvas chanted. Fuhu Luohan also said, according to my thoughts, that Namo merciful Guanyin Bodhisattva is now cultivating in the hidden immortal continent. When the time is right, he will definitely attain fruition. Think about it. The hidden immortal continent, which is controlled by the Confucian cultivators, actually has 3 bodhisattvas attaining fruition. What a huge insult to the Confucian cultivators. After Fuhu Luohan finished speaking, all the bodhisattvas started whispering to each other. Every bodhisattva's face was filled with excitement. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva seemed to have just condensed his golden body in the Pure Land world. He didn't understand what everyone was talking about. He glanced at the empty seat to the right of Mahavarakana, revered one of the world, and frowned slightly. He whispered, revered one of the world, is there still no news of Namo Dang, Lai, Shang Mathreya? According to what I know, the future Buddha Lord has already descended to the 3 continents. However, where he is and how he cultivates are still a mystery. Mahavarakana, revered one of the world's whispers, replied, Namo Dang, Lai, Shang Mathreya. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva chanted the name of Buddha. He pondered for a while and whispered, revered one of the world's Pure Land world, I'm willing to make a great vow. I'll use the power of this world to search for Maithreya's whereabouts. I'll ask the future Buddha Lord to ascend to the Thunder Temple and become the Buddha Lord. Good. Mahavarakana, revered one of the world, smiled. It's good that you have such a great vow. After a little rest and familiarize yourself with the situation of the 3 continents, you'll complete your merit. As you wish, revered one of the world's Buddhas. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva was overjoyed. He put his palms together and thanked him. Before Mahavarakana, revered one of the world's Buddhas, wanted to say something, his solemn expression, which had never frowned for thousands of years, suddenly moved slightly. Immediately, a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. The Buddha light behind his golden body soared into the sky like flames. The Buddha seal, with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground, also moved at the same time. Revered one of the world, not only were the Buddhas surprised, even the Dipankara archaic Buddha was shocked. He asked curiously, is there any Buddha sign? The Buddha light surrounding the Mahavarakana, revered one of the world's Buddhas, was as bright as the sun. It spun rapidly for a long time before it slowly came to a stop. He slowly opened his slightly closed eyes and looked at a certain place in the Pure Land world. He whispered, Ananda has returned. Good. Dipankara, archaic Buddha, clapped his hands and said, there's so many good things happening in the Pure Land world today. Even Ananda's 9th reincarnation has descended into the Pure Land world. Congratulations, revered one of the world. Sai, what's there to be happy about? The Mahavarakana, revered one of the world's Buddhas, smiled bitterly. Ananda insisted on walking his own path, which has already deviated from the Buddha's principles. Even with my ability, I can't see where he is. Revered one of the world. Since Ananda has descended into our Pure Land world, how can he escape from our Buddha's hands? The Dipankara archaic Buddha smiled slightly. Then, he waved his hand and said, today's preaching has ended. All Buddhas step down. Yes, Buddha. All the Buddhas replied in unison and slowly disappeared. Manjushri Bodhisattva, please wait. The Dipankara archaic Buddha suddenly said. Yes, revered one. The Manjushri Bodhisattva immediately stopped his disappearing golden body and answered. The Mahavarakana, revered one of the world's Buddhas, didn't understand what the Dipankara archaic Buddha was talking about. After all the Buddhas left, he asked curiously, Dipankara Archaic Buddha, what are you doing? I'm also responsible for Ananda's matter. The Dipankara Archaic Buddha smiled and said, that day, it was the revered one's preaching. I spoke too much and caused Ananda's doubts. Therefore, I want to make up for my mistake that day. How do you want to make up for it? The Manjushri Bodhisattva was curious. Did the revered one start comprehending the Mahayana Buddhism 10,000 years ago? Have you attained great mastery? The Dipankara Archaic Buddha asked with a smile. Naturally, it has already attained great mastery. The Mahavakana revered one nodded and said, this Buddhism has already been recorded into the Tripitaka Buddhist scripture, which is kept in the scripture repository. The Mahayana Buddhism has yet to be preached by the revered one. I'm afraid you have some reservations about it. The Dipankara Archaic Buddha asked calmly. Indeed, the Mahavarakana revered one nodded. Although the Hinayana Buddhism has many flaws, it's stable and steady. As for the Mahayana Buddhism, it fixes the flaws of the Hinayana Buddhism. However, it's a little too eager for quick success and deviates from my Buddhist scripture. Revered one, Buddhism sees the world through Buddha's eyes. It presents the great thousand worlds and small thousand worlds to the human eye. There are no flaws or flaws. The only flaw and flaw is the human eye. The Dipankara Archaic Buddha smiled and said, the revered one is too benevolent. It's too difficult to achieve perfection. Yes, if that's the case, I'll preach the Mahayana Tripitaka scripture to all the Buddhas. The Mahavarakana revered one nodded. However, the Mahavarakana revered one was surprised. He looked at the Manjushri Bodhisattva and smiled. Dipankara Archaic Buddha, do you want me to preach the Manjushri Bodhisattva first? Haha, that's not necessary. The Dipankara Archaic Buddha shook his head and said, since the Mahayana Buddhism of the revered one is to be preached, it must be spread to the blessed lands. What about the hidden immortal continent? What about the thousand demons sacred realm? This disciple isn't talented, but I'm willing to make a great wish. The Manjushri Bodhisattva immediately realized and hurriedly bowed. The Dipankara Archaic Buddha waved his hand and said, you've already attained enlightenment. Don't snatch any more merit. This disciple, the Manjushri Bodhisattva, was stunned. The Mahavarakana revered one was enlightened and nodded slightly. Namo wisdom, Manjushri Bodhisattva. The Mahavarakana revered one remained silent for a while and said, this disciple is here. The Manjushri Bodhisattva put his palms together and said, I have the Mahayana Tripitaka scripture, and I want to preach it to the hidden immortal continent. However, this scripture is precious. If I preach it casually, people will definitely look down on it. The Mahavarakana revered one said word by word, you need to search the entire blessed lands for someone who can preach the scripture. Ask him to come to my Thunder Sound Temple to obtain the scripture. This person bears the heavy responsibility of obtaining the scripture. If he succeeds, he will receive billions of merit. If you attain enlightenment, you will also receive 100,000 merit as the Manjushri Bodhisattva. This disciple obeys the revered one. The Manjushri Bodhisattva was really confused. He really didn't understand why the Mahavarakana revered one would suddenly give him such a Buddhist decree. You can go now. Before the Manjushri Bodhisattva asked any more questions, he said, after I figure out, I'll preach the Buddhist decree the next time I preach. Yes, this disciple understands. The Manjushri Bodhisattva hurriedly bowed. However, when he stood up, the Mahavarakana revered one's golden body had already disappeared. In front of him was the Dipankara Archaic Buddha, who was smiling at him. Dipankara Archaic Buddha. The Manjushri Bodhisattva's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly smiled and said, please teach me. The Dipankara Archaic Buddha smiled slightly. His mouth moved as if he didn't say anything. However, the Manjushri Bodhisattva heard it clearly. It was the Dipankara Archaic Buddha's heart connection. This heart connection only had 3 words, Ananda, Amapa. The Manjushri Bodhisattva smiled slightly. When he turned around, his golden body slowly disappeared. The Dipankara archaic Buddha looked at the empty Thunderclap Temple's great hall, then at the Methya Buddha's empty seat. He let out a slight sigh and muttered, "Sigh, another sutra seeking." Just as the Buddha light was about to disappear, a calm voice resounded, "Dipankara archaic Buddha, what do you mean by that? Does the revered one not know?" The Dipankara archaic Buddha smiled faintly. "When I was in my fourth life, the revered one was in his third life. Wasn't it the so-called Great Tang Empire? That eastern victory proud comes to the divine lands, a stone monkey." The Dipankara archaic Buddha's words were like flowing water. However, his words revealed the secrets of Buddhism. Chapter 3501. Xiaohuan naturally didn't know that it was the powerful Mavarakana revered one's thoughts that made him vigilant and said that he had entered the space. He stood in the void with a frown and opened his delusion breaker dharma eye to carefully examine his surroundings. Similar to what he thought, although the nearby space had already begun to collapse, it hadn't completely collapsed. If Xiaohua insisted on entering, the chances of finding a way to return to the hidden immortal continent were still very high. Xiaohua closed his dharma eye and released his Buddhist sense and divine sense. After exploring for a moment, he made a decision in his heart. Lightning flashed around Xiaohua's body. He used his most proficient lightning escape technique and rushed into the depths of the space. When he used the lightning escape technique, Xiaohua was delighted. Ever since he formed his nascent soul in the void, he had always been pretending to be a monk in the pure land of ultimate bliss. He had never truly used the imperial lightning escape technique. Even in the profound water palace, he had only used it for a little while and didn't see much progress. Today, when he used the heaven and earth escape technique, his speed immediately soared. The lightning around his body overflowed like water and wrapped around Xiaohua's entire body. Moreover, the lightning seemed to have left Xiaohua's body, making him feel as if he had a pair of wings on his back. Wonderful! Thunder tranquility, thunder movement, and even thunder ascension. At this moment, this Xiao has reached the limit of thunder movement. I estimate that it won't take long for me to enter the thunder ascension realm. Lightning travel 3 realms. You really don't know how arrogant you are. Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed. He knew in his heart that after he became a nascent soul, the inner cores of the male and female lightning beasts merged into his nascent soul. His nascent soul could control heavenly lightning as if it was at its fingertips. It was inevitable that his lightning escape technique would make great progress. The joy of the lightning escape technique's improvement was still small. Xiaohua was the happiest when he flew leisurely in the void that was close to the space. Previously, Xiaohua already knew that his sense of direction in the void was unparalleled. However, when he entered the void again, he truly understood his own ability. Having this sense of direction in the void gave him a greater sense of accomplishment than any other kind of sacred art he cultivated. This was the only innate ability that Xiaohua had discovered so far. Every time he flew into a void passage and saw that it had collapsed, he would immediately retreat without hesitation. Looking at the choices of 3 or 4 forks in front of him, he didn't need to think at all. Just by looking at these forks with his naked eye, he could immediately determine which one he could take, which one might take him around, and which one was the closest. Of course, because the spatial network was collapsing one after another, Xiaohua's judgment of the integrity of the passage might be wrong. However, he had never failed to use tricks like taking a detour or taking a shortcut. Xiaohua didn't know if it was because the spatial network had collapsed for a long time, or if it was because of Xiaohua's instincts. But after flying for several days, he didn't encounter any special danger. The strange insect didn't appear, the strange flame didn't appear, and the ordinary spatial collapse basically couldn't do anything to Xiaohua. On this day, Just as Xiao Hua was feeling immensely proud of himself, his tail wagging in the air, he suddenly stopped, slapped his own forehead, and said with a smile, "Damn it, it's true that people are in high spirits when encountering happy events. But even if it's high spirits, it can't neglect proper business. Although this place is a spatial network and can't be considered as the true void, but now that I've reached the depths of the spatial network, it should be about the same as the void, right? Xian mentioned the secret of Heaven's heart. I should be able to check it out right here, right?" Thinking of this, Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the broken tortoise shell that G-Man from Meng Mountain's back Earth stockade immediately appeared in the void. As soon as the tortoise shell entered the void, it immediately flashed with a five-colored brilliance, and that brilliance was like an oval-shaped halo emerging from the tortoise shell. As the halo emerged, a dark green heart-shaped object flew out from the tortoise shell, and at the same time, the tortoise shell immediately turned into a dark green scroll. It can be like this? Xian didn't deceive me. Xiao Hua was very excited and overjoyed, but he didn't dare to be careless. He slapped his own forehead, and a golden and crimson brilliance rushed out, and the other two heaven's hearts appeared. The dark green heaven's heart was attracted by these two brilliances and cheerfully flew into it. These three heaven's hearts spun in the air, as if they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and even the three brilliances flickered rapidly, and then the three heaven's hearts disappeared into Xiao Hua's forehead. After collecting the third heaven's heart, Xiao Hua took out the tortoise shell that Xian gave him and the tortoise shell that he obtained. Sure enough, the three tortoise shells all emitted a five-colored brilliance. Xian's tortoise shell turned into a golden scroll, and Xiao Hua's tortoise shell turned into a crimson scroll. In particular, the brilliance of these three scrolls attracted each other, and the five-colored halo of the three scrolls slowly rotated, gradually overlapping, and the three scrolls also flew together, fusing into a three-colored scroll. Isn't this the so-called heavenly scroll? Xiao Hua was overjoyed. Xian didn't mention this before. However, Xiao Hua didn't care at this time, and with a grab of his hand, the three-colored scroll fell into his hand. However, when Xiao Hua flipped through the book, a strange expression appeared on his face again. This was because the scroll was completely blank. Not to mention the inscriptions he was looking for, there wasn't even a single ordinary word. It was like a wordless heavenly scroll. Damn it! Xiao Hua immediately understood why Xian didn't say anything. He could even guess the gloating expression on Xian's face when she found out that he had opened the heavenly scroll in the void. Yes, Xian had this heavenly scroll for who knows how long. Looking at the things that Xian prepared to enter the profound water palace, it was clear that Xian's scholarly family's background was very deep. Even Xian, who had such a background, was helpless against this wordless heavenly scroll. So how could Xiao Hua see through it? No wonder this guy was so generous. Xiao Hua secretly curled his lips. So this thing is a piece of trash. With that thought in mind, Xiao Hua released his divine sense, Buddhist awareness, and soul awareness in succession, but they were all to no avail. In the end, he opened his delirium dharma eye, but unfortunately, all he saw was a tortoise shell. He couldn't even see the heavenly scripture, let alone the words. Forget it. I'm afraid the opportunity hasn't come yet. Xiao Hua shrugged and prepared to send the heavenly scroll into the space. However, the moment he raised his hand, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. A trace of a smile appeared on his face, and then he closed his eyes. The nascent soul in his lower dantian emerged from the top of his head. The nascent soul entered the void and immediately revealed itself. This guy actually stood on top of Xiao Hua's head and stretched lazily. He opened his small mouth and yawned as if he had finally arrived home. Then, with a wave of his small hand, the heavenly scroll fell into his hand. When the nascent soul's gaze fell on the three-colored heavenly scroll, he let out a burst of wild laughter. That laughter was extremely lewd. Little Xian, you are very wrong. The nascent soul laughed and shouted, "You think that if you can't see it, others can't see it? This Zhao's naked eyes and Dharma eyes can't see it, but this nascent soul can." 5. Cheese unifications. This is the true cultivation method of 5 cheese unifications. Rumble. Just as Xiaohua was laughing wildly, a thunderous sound could be heard coming from the void within 300 meters. The grayish-white color was like 10,000 snakes dancing wildly, and the entire void passage was rapidly collapsing. Damn it! It must be Xion's resentment. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly let his nascent soul return and urged his flying technique to rush forward. Of course, the stingy Xiaohua wouldn't let go of this rare opportunity in the void. He called out the green-robed Xiaohua again and let him control his nascent soul and lie on top of his head to read the wordless heavenly scroll. The Black Cloud Ridge was still the same Black Cloud Ridge. The thick mist of the Black Cloud family's patriarch lingered around the mountain ridge. There were still a few merchants passing through the area, trembling in fear. These merchants were surrounded by bodyguards. Similarly, these bodyguards were also extremely vigilant. They held weapons in their hands and were ready to fight at any moment. These merchants also had no choice. Some goods could be taken a detour, some goods were urgent, and the money they could earn was also great. It was worth the risk. However, their worries became a joke at this time. This was because no matter if it was Black Wind Ridge, Mo Cloud Ridge, or Lion Rock, the demons of these 3 factions had no time to pay attention to them because they were all gathered in the depths of Black Wind Ridge. In the depths of the Black Wind Ridge that was covered by the black clouds, there was a mountain ridge that was 1,000 feet in size. Thousands of birds were densely packed in the sky. These birds had different appearances. Some were eagles, some were condors, and some were hawks, kites, vultures, harriers, ospreys, falcons, owls, and many more. However, all of them had large bodies and were abnormally ferocious. As their wings flapped, they blew away the black clouds and even blocked the sunlight in the sky. Looking at the ground, there were also all kinds of ferocious beasts. Some were tigers, some were leopards, some were lions, some were wolves, some were elephants, and some were rhinoceroses. Some of these ferocious beasts were in human form, while others were in beast form. However, each of them held a weapon in their hands and were lined up in a neat formation. Although some of the ferocious beasts were roaring, even more ferocious beasts were waiting for orders in an extremely orderly manner. In front of the birds in the sky, a golden eagle that was 100 feet in size stood lazily in the air. This eagle's body was covered with shining golden feathers. Each feather was a foot long. The golden eagle's wings were not spread out. On its huge head, a circle of white feathers stood upright, looking like a white crown. About 1,000 feet to its left, there was also a lion that was even larger than this one standing there. This lion's appearance was even more strange. Its entire body was actually pure white, far from the usual brownish yellow. Moreover, on both sides of the lion's ferocious head, there were 2 slightly smaller lion heads. These 2 lion heads had their eyes tightly shut, as if they were asleep. This white lion's eyes were filled with ferocity and a trace of disdain as it coldly looked ahead. Chapter 3502. The golden eagle and white lion were several hundred feet away from the 2 demons. The one standing in the air was naturally the black bear's spirit. At this moment, the black bear's spirit had a helpless expression. The magic wand in his hand was dragged behind him weakly. His 2 small eyes scanned the sky and then looked at the ground. He opened his mouth and said, "King Golden Eagle, King Myriad Lion, are the 2 of you tired of living? My Black Wind Ridge has always minded our own business with Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock. This King's Black Wind Ridge is the smallest in the Black Cloud Ridge. May I know why the 2 great kings are suddenly interested in my Black Wind Ridge?" The black bear's spirit said to himself. His expression was very cautious. The demon cloud under his feet rolled slightly, as if he felt that something was wrong and was about to escape. Unfortunately, neither the lazy golden eagle nor the cold white lion had any intention of replying. The black bear spirit could only say, "AI, today is already the 100th day. I really don't understand. What is the real reason for the two of you to surround my Black Wind Ridge? This king is the earliest king of Black Wind Ridge, right? This king only gave the throne to King Wancho because he was in the prime of his life. However, he actually forgot his roots and wanted to harm this king. This king had no choice but to kill him. Could it be that the two kings had a particularly good relationship with him and are here to avenge him?" Caw! The golden eagle's eyes were originally slightly closed. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly. The black bear spirit was so scared that he trembled. He activated the demon cloud under his feet and instantly fled more than 10 feet away. "Black bear spirit," the golden eagle laughed and said, "You said this on the first day I came. After that, you said it every day. Don't you feel tired of it? Don't you understand why I am here? Why do you need me to say it clearly? You and I are both demons. We both know it," the black bear spirit said with a wronged expression. "King Golden Eagle, you are a 9-headed bird in the sky. How can I compare to you? Back then, did an old bear find a flat bird to be his king because he wasn't smart enough? Oh, I am not the king of innuendo. Don't think too much. You're right. You and I are demons. We're different from the stinky scholars of the hidden immortal continent. We should say what we should say. Don't speak in riddles. 100 days ago, you and the myriad Lion King suddenly joined forces to attack my Black Wind Ridge. Why exactly did you do that? This old bear has always felt that we came to the hidden immortal continent to be demons, and that life is not easy. Yes, it is what the scholars often say. Originally, there is no need to be so anxious to destroy each other. That was why this old bear endured time and time again. Even if I had to give up my cave and retreat to this place, I did not want to be enemies with you all. But you all don't have the awareness of being demons, attacking my Black Wind Ridge from all sides. Roar! Seeing that the black bear spirit was being so long-winded, the white lion opened its mouth and a gust of wind blew within 100 feet radius. The lion's roar shook the mountains. Roar, roar! The ferocious beasts all roared together with the white lion's roar. It was a scene of chaos. Black bear. The white lion's voice was very majestic, rolling like thunder. This is the first time this king has spoken, and it will also be the last time. My Black Wind Ridge is the world of demons. You can let King Wancho be the king, or King Snowbat be the king, but you can't let a human be the king. You have always been a coward. This king has long seen through you. If not for the fact that your existence is still meaningful, this king would have already eaten you. Since you have spoken so clearly, as a demon, this king will also be honest with you. What kind of array is on the mountain behind you? Since when did your Black Wind Ridge have a Dao sect array protecting it? Who set it up? Ayaya, myriad Lion King. The black bear's spirit hurriedly smiled. You've finally spoken. Look at what you're saying. How can my Black Wind Ridge compare to Imo Ridge and Lion Rock? You have a strong army, and no one dares to offend you. My Black Wind Ridge will be in trouble if there's even the slightest disturbance. That's why this king invited an unknown Dao sect cultivator to set up an array for my Black Wind Ridge. I'm afraid that something unexpected will happen and my Black Wind Ridge will be able to escape this calamity. Unknown Dao sect cultivator? Black Bear, you're really lying through your teeth. The boy from Imo Ridge and Lion Rock joined forces to attack for 10 whole days and still couldn't do anything about it. How could it be set up by an unknown Dao sect cultivator? The Golden Condor King laughed coldly. How about this? This king won't say anything. Invite that cultivator out and let this king take a look. Ayaya! The black bear's spirit cried out in surprise. Why is the Golden Condor King suddenly interested in a Dao sect cultivator? You should have said so earlier. Since you wanted to see this cultivator, you didn't have to surround my Black Wind Ridge, did you? If you had said so earlier, this king wouldn't have had to be so worried for the past 100 days. Where is he? The white lion was clearly impatient and asked coldly. He left long ago. The black bear's spirit spread his hands and laughed bitterly. Both kings are right. This Black Wind Ridge is my world. What is a cultivator doing in Black Wind Ridge? He left long ago. Both kings, even if we don't meet the hermit seeker, let's quickly retreat. This king will also return to the cave residence with a group of people. With that, the black bear's spirit clapped his hands and prepared to fly back. Caw! The golden condor cried out. Everyone says that the black bear's spirit is cowardly. This king thinks that your guts are bigger than the heavens. You want to dismiss the boy from Moyun Ridge and Lion Rock with just a few words? Aren't you going to invite us into your array to take a look? The black bear's spirit scratched his head and laughed in an extremely naive manner. Both kings have already occupied this old bear's nest. What haven't you seen? What else do you want to see in the array? Of course, if both kings are sincere, then you can dismiss the boy under you first. This king will open the array and invite both of you in. What's there to see in your broken nest? This king doesn't even want to take a look. The golden condor laughed coldly. Seeing that you have been working hard to greet this king every day, this king will make things clear to you. Invite all the people in your Black Wind Ridge who are not demons out, and we will retreat immediately, especially the cultivator who helped you set up this array. Sigh. Hearing that the golden condor king had finally revealed his intentions, the black bear's spirit's expression turned serious. He shook his head slightly and said, Golden condor, white lion, this old bear knows that his strength is not as good as yours. Furthermore, this old bear is also cowardly. There are some things that small demons like you and I can't interfere in. In particular, this old bear will also give you a piece of advice. When judging a person, you have to look at their heart. Don't sell your life for someone else's promise. Sometimes, what you are selling may be your own life. Even if this old bear is unlucky, can you, golden condor and white lion, be free? I don't believe it. Old bear, I didn't think that you would dare to say this to us. It turns out that there are times when you are bold. The golden condor king laughed and spread his wings. They were actually hundreds of feet wide. As his wings flapped, golden light flashed. However, the golden condor king's tone was even more arrogant. This king came today to see what kind of cultivator gave you the courage to look like. I want him to set up the same array for this king's Moyun Ridge. Forget it. The black bear spirit saw the golden condor king spread his wings and hurriedly waved his hand. He flew up the mountain and shouted, This king will not waste any more words with you. You can attack or surround me if you want. This king is going to find a female bear to look at the stars. Seeing that the black bear spirit was so alert, the golden condor king glanced at the silent white lion and smiled bitterly. The black bear spirit flew close to the mountain ridge, and a circle of light flashed around its body. Its body twisted strangely and disappeared. The mountain ridge was still the same as before. Not even a blade of grass on a mountain moved. Myriad Lion King, this black bear spirit is so slippery. He did not reveal anything at all. The golden condor king said helplessly to the Myriad Lion King. The Myriad Lion King nodded. This black bear spirit is famous for his cowardice. For the past 100 days, he's been very careful every day. It seems like he wants us to slack off. Every time he comes out, he will not be more than 500 feet away from the array. With your flying speed, you will not be able to do anything to him. It seems like the black bear spirit is still relying on this Dao sect array. It seems like we can only break this array to achieve our goal. The golden condor king looked at the mountain and said awkwardly, But our boy has been attacking this array for more than 10 days. There is no effect at all. Even if we do it ourselves, we may not succeed. At this point, the golden condor king lowered his voice and said, Who is the cultivator who set up the array for the black bear spirit? Why do they have to force this person out? The black bear spirit's words these few days have made this king nervous. To be able to set up such an array is not an ordinary cultivator. Let's not get into trouble. What trouble can we get into? The White Lion King sneered, hiding in the array for more than 100 days and not daring to come out. What kind of famous cultivator can he be? Besides, even if this cultivator has some tricks up his sleeve, can he compare to them? Indeed, the Golden Condor King shrunk his neck, the white crown on his head slanted. No matter how powerful that cultivator is, he is just one person. How many nails can he make if he is made of iron? This king has seen how powerful that group of people is. If you and I don't listen, I am afraid we will be killed by them immediately. Sigh. Hearing this, the myriad Lion King looked embarrassed and sighed. You and I have been flaunting our strength in the Black Cloud Ridge for so many years, but who knew that there were so many people hiding in the depths of the Black Cloud Ridge? You and I have become their cover. If not for the Black Bear spirit, you and I would still be in the dark. The ignorant are fearless. The Golden Condor King gathered his courage. You and I are still useful now. If we were like the Black Bear spirit, I am afraid we would not live for long. Since those people are willing to let us be their cover, we will continue to be their cover. In the future, without the Black Bear spirit, you and I do not need to care too much about territory. Let's live well first. Chapter 35:03. The problem is that after the Black Bear spirit is destroyed, you and I, myriad Lion King's eyes were filled with worry. We'll be like what Old Bear said. What's the use of thinking about this now? Golden Condor King sneered. Since the day you and I entered Black Cloud Ridge, today's fate has already been decided. Let's take it one step at a time. No matter what, we'll live longer than the Black Bear. Perhaps we should also consider finding a powerful backer. Myriad Lion King seemed to have thought about it and said in a low voice. Golden Condor King sneered. We are the infamous demons of Black Cloud Ridge. Those Confucian cultivators who would fancy us. They're probably afraid that they won't be able to escape in time. Sigh, it's difficult. Myriad Lion King shook his head. The white lion fur on his body emitted a dazzling brilliance. He looked at Black Wind Ridge in the distance and seemed to be angry. It's all because of that damn black bear. He ordered the boy to move our muscles today, since we haven't attacked for a long time. Why should we attack? Golden Condor King laughed. That group of people just wanted us to surround Black Wind Ridge. They didn't say that they wanted to attack it. Why should we work so hard? Forget it. We've been surrounded for many days. Even if Black Bear has some food, it should be used up by now. Let's wait for them to rush out. Myriad Lion King thought for a while and nodded slightly. But at this moment, Golden Condor King smiled and asked, if Black Bear spirit and the rest rush out, what should we do? Black Bear's subordinates. Kill. Don't leave a single one alive. Myriad Lion King opened his mouth. The fangs in his bloody mouth were very long. He then spat out 5 words coldly. Golden Condor King nodded. I'm afraid that's the only way. Sigh. Black Bear spirit said it well. We're from the same root. Why be so anxious to kill each other? Bullshit. I'm a white lion. I have nothing to do with Black Bear. Myriad Lion King sneered. If you're merciful, you can go easy. Let's see how those people will deal with your M.O. Cloud Ridge. I didn't say anything. I just admired the poems of hidden immortal continents Confucian cultivators and casually recited a few lines. You admire? If the Confucian cultivators you ate didn't turn into feces in your stomach, they could turn into a few poems. The myriad Lion King sneered again. Putting aside the fact that the Golden Condor King and the myriad Lion King had surrounded the Black Wind Ridge's formation, the Black Bear spirit hurriedly retreated into the formation. What appeared before his eyes was the simple cave abode that Xiao Hua had previously opened in the Black Wind Ridge. At this time, the front of the cave was divided into 2 parts. The upper part was the people led by the Chongling princess of Jiang country. They had set up tents and stayed at the side of the cave. The lower part was a group of demons from Black Wind Ridge. Unlike the Chongling princess people, these demons did not have any formations. They were casually scattered among the mountains. Some were lying down, some were standing, and some were in groups of 3 or 5. However, their gazes were all focused on the tents on the mountain. As for the human and demon, there were some thorns and rocks in the middle. There were even some heavily armored soldiers standing there with spears in their hands. They were very vigilant and alert. But the heavy armor and the spears in their hands could not wipe away the terror in the eyes of these soldiers. This was because they were facing the naked gazes of hundreds or even thousands of demons. These gazes were like sharp swords, piercing through their heavy armor and landing on their bodies. It was as if their flesh was exposed to the world, and the fragrance of their flesh and blood had already spread to the mouths and noses of the demons. At the foot of the mountain, one of the fairies swallowed his saliva. In an instant, the soldiers' ears were filled with the sounds of saliva drooling. They could even see that many fairies were already drooling. Not good. The leftmost soldier saw that the few demons closest to him had slightly moved their feet and were moving towards them. He was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Quickly inform the princess. The demon can't take it anymore." Humph. Fortunately, just as a soldier was about to retreat and the few demons in front of him were about to take a step forward, the black bear spirit's cold snort sounded out. The few demons were shocked and hurriedly stopped in their tracks. They turned their heads and looked in other directions. The other demons also shrunk their necks and shifted their attention away from the soldiers. There were even a few demons that tried to cover it up by grabbing a few rare blades of grass from the ground and putting them into their mouths to chew on. Master has already decreed that my Black Wind Mountain Range bloodline must not eat human flesh. Who dares to make me lose face? I will kill him. The black bear spirit shouted fiercely. Furthermore, the soldiers of Jiang country are our comrades. If anyone dares to look at them, I will dig out their eyeballs. After speaking, the black bear spirit did not look at the other demons. He turned and landed in front of the cave residence and quickly walked in. However, his face turned bitter as he faced the demons. Damn it! Without waiting for the black bear spirit to enter the cave, he shouted, "Are you guys done with your discussion? When are we going to charge out? If we wait a few more days before the golden eagle and white lion attack, we will be in chaos. Boy under my command, do not blame me when they eat people." The inside of this simple cave residence was not much different from before Xiaohua had left. However, other than the Chongling princess, Xiao Jian, and the others, there was an additional white-haired old man under Xiaohua's seat. This old man frowned slightly. Hearing the black bear spirit's complaints, he turned to look at Qin Xiaoyao, who was also sitting next to him, and Lu Yi, who was holding a horsetail whisk in the distance. He said, "Black Wind King, do not be impatient. Do not be impatient." The black bear spirit seemed very dissatisfied. Without waiting for the old man to finish speaking, he sat down on a seat below everyone and complained, "Eldest sect Uncle Qin, go out and take a look yourself. This king's boy's subordinates look at the soldiers of Jiang country. They have been hungry for many days. If there is no more food, this king really does not know how to restrain them." This old man's name was Qin Qingyu, and he was Qin Xiaoyao's martial uncle. Long before Xiaohua left, Qin Xiaoyao had brought a few of his disciples to the Jiang country to search for the Dao sect cultivators that had yet to be killed by the Copper Pillar Gua. When the Jiang country was destroyed, the Dao cultivators of the Jiang country naturally scattered and fled far away. The so-called Second Imperial Preceptor Qin Xiaoyao did not find him, and only found Qin Qingyu, who did not have time to escape. At that time, Qin Qingyu was planning where to go with his dozens of disciples and hundreds of Dao soldiers. When he heard that there was a nascent soul cultivator in the Black Wind Ridge who wanted to help the Jiang country restore the country, Qin Qingyu was immediately overjoyed. Who did not know the merit of becoming a dragon? At this time, it was Xiaohua's time to use people, and his own help was 100 times better than the icing on the cake in the future. Therefore, Qin Qingyu did not hesitate to follow Qin Xiaoyao to the Black Wind Ridge. However, Qin Qingyu had not expected Copper Pillar Gua to be so determined to kill the Chongling princess, and even more so the Jiang family and Copper Pillar Academy's desire to kill Xiaohua. When he came to Black Wind Ridge with his Dao soldiers, all of Black Wind Ridge was surrounded by the Yao of Emoyun Ridge and Lion Mountain. Qin Qingyu was disdainful of the Yao. He ordered his disciples to lead the Dao soldiers to resist, and had the Black Bear Spirit lead the Yao of Black Wind Ridge to attack. The Dao soldiers fought 1 against 3, and effectively blocked the flying beasts of Emoyun Ridge. But the Yao of Black Wind Ridge were not a match for the beasts of Lion Mountain, and were defeated in 1 blow. Qin Qingyu had no choice but to listen to Xiao Jian's arrangements. He took the Dao soldiers and disciples to follow the Black Bear Spirit into the large formation Xiao Hua had set up. Of course, Qin Qingyu had seen many large formations. At the start, he did not have much hope for this large formation. He was waiting for Emoyun Ridge and Lion Mountain to break through the formation, and then he would lead his people to break through. But reality caused Qin Qingyu's eyes to widen. The Yao of Lion Mountain and Emoyun Ridge had attacked for many days, but the large formation was undamaged. The Yao of Black Wind Ridge were relaxed as though they were watching a show, watching the flying beasts and beasts fight with their lives outside the formation. Seeing this, Qin Qingyu grew more curious about Xiao Hua, this nascent soul cultivator he had never met before. However, after a few days of curiosity, regret came again. Xiao Hua didn't come back on time. Emoyun Ridge and Lion Rock's attack also stopped. The birds and beasts actually surrounded them, but didn't attack, and just like that, they wasted their time. At the beginning, Qin Qingyu still had some confidence. He felt that a nascent soul cultivator would not go back on his word. But as time passed, 10 days passed, until 100 days had passed. He was disappointed, gave up, and was extremely vexed. What made his heart jump the most was that he had fallen into the trap of Emoyun Ridge and Lion Mountain. Because Emoyun Ridge and Lion Mountain did not attack, the people of Black Wind Ridge and the Yao had run out of food for a long time. Also, this mountain did not rely on water. Everyone did not even have water. The cultivators were naturally not afraid of this, but the Dao soldiers and Yao were. When the Yao of Black Wind Ridge retreated into the formation, they did not think so much and did not bring anything. The princess of Chongling and the others carried some food in the small universe bag, but it could not support the consumption of the Black Wind Ridge Yao. In the end, each person and each Yao could eat very little every day. This was why the Black Wind Ridge Yao looked at the soldiers of Jiang country with such fervent gazes. Only now did Qin Qingyu understand. How could the Yao of Emoyun Ridge and Lion Mountain have such a plan? How do they know of the food shortage plan? There must be an expert guiding them from behind, and their target was definitely not him. Other than the princess of Chongling, it was probably that nascent soul cultivator Xiao Hua. However, he could see that the other goal of the Yao's encirclement was to force Xiao Hua to come out. But what made Qin Qingyu bitter was that Xiao Hua's departure was very sudden and secretive. Even the majority of the Yao of Black Wind Ridge did not know. How could the Golden Eagle and White Lion know? I'm afraid that they've mistaken me for Xiao Hua, and I'm the scapegoat. Chapter 3504. Thinking of this, Qin Qingyu unconsciously looked angrily at Qin Xiaoyao. If this guy had not lured him here, how could he have come here? Now that the situation was hopeless, how could he resolve it? Maybe this is the only way. Qin Qingyu's gaze swept across the Chongling princess and the angry Black Bear spirit, and made a decision. Black Bear, spirit friend. Qin Qingyu laughed and said, "Aren't I and the others discussing? The situation is dangerous now, and it is time for us to work together. We cannot be anxious and cannot be suspicious. And you discuss. This king will wait for you to decide. This king does not know how to use brains, but this king knows how to use strength." The Black Bear spirit waved his hand and said disinterestedly. But just as the Black Bear spirit hung his head in annoyance, Lu Yi, who had been holding a horsetail whisk, suddenly opened his eyes and nodded at the Black Bear spirit. He smiled and said to Qin Qingyu, "Sect Uncle Qin, this one cannot come up with any ideas. I am bored here and want to go out for a walk. Huh. Little friend Lu, do as you please. This is your master's cave residence. You are the masters here. Qin Xingyu bowed slightly, making people feel that Qin Xingyu was very amiable. Many thanks, Sect Uncle Qin. Lu Yi bowed respectfully and slowly walked out. He walked to the black bear spirit side and gave the black bear spirit a look. The black bear spirit blinked his small eyes to show that he understood. Then he lowered his head and soon dozed off. Fortunately, it was just a moment. He lowered his head as though he was really asleep. When he raised his head, he immediately opened his small eyes and said apologetically, Sorry, I am really tired. You discuss, I will go out and take a nap. Then, without waiting for others to say anything, he ran out while muttering, Alas, fellow immortal Xiao. Qin Xingyu originally wanted to whisper something to Qin Xiaoyao, but when he saw the black bear spirit, he also left. He looked around and sighed. It seems that we have to make a decision. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid that even Lu and fellow immortal black bear will have other thoughts. Impossible. Xiao Jian furrowed his brows and shook his head. I can understand if others are disloyal, but these two would never do that. You can't judge a book by its cover. Who knows what others are thinking? Qin Xingyu said with a smile, Fellow immortal, don't you know this? Then what does fellow Taoist Qin mean? Xiao Jian looked at Qin Xingyu and asked, Should we rush out of the formation and fight those birds and beasts to the death? How is this possible? Qin Xingyu smiled faintly. You and I are well aware of the strength of our forces. Fellow immortal Heixiong's absence saves us the embarrassment of talking about it. The demons of the Black Wind Mountain are just a motley crew. They're not enough to accomplish anything. We're no match for those birds and beasts. What we need to do now is to figure out how to escape. Martial uncle, how is that possible? Qin Xiaoyao said with a bitter face. If we could escape, would we have waited until now? If this disciple is not wrong, there must be elite soldiers of Bronze Pillar Country outside Black Cloud Ridge. Even if we rush out of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock's encirclement, it's unlikely we can escape Black Cloud Ridge. Xiaoyao, you think too highly of yourself. Qin Xingyu said with a smile. You think these demons are here for you? Cough, cough. Your Highness, don't be too nervous. Didn't fellow immortal Black Bear say it clearly? The Golden Eagle and White Tiger care about Senior Xiao. If it was only for your Highness, they would not be so fanatical. Senior Qin, this one is no longer the princess of Jiang Country. There is no need to call me your Highness. The Chongling princess also had a worried frown. She smiled and said, Actually, this one hopes that their target is me. This way, this one only needs to go out, and the danger of Black Wind Mountain will be resolved immediately. There is no need to harm everyone's lives. The princess is definitely one of their targets. At the side, Xiao Jian shook his head and said, But they're surrounding us and not attacking because they want to see our bottom line. Fellow Taoist Qin is right. There must be an encirclement outside this encirclement. But our consciousness is limited and cannot see far. We cannot see the situation outside Black Wind Mountain. In my opinion, there must be an even more powerful enemy who has set a trap for Senior Xiao. When he spoke up to hear, Xiao Jian sighed and said, Before Senior Xiao left, he set up this formation to hide us, and he instructed us to pretend to have escaped from Black Wind Ridge so that the pursuers of the Copper Pillar Kingdom would think that we've escaped. Back then, I felt that Senior Zhao's actions were unnecessary. It would have been better for us to leave Black Wind Mountain. But now that I think about it, it is easy for us to leave Black Wind Mountain, but it is difficult to escape from the pursuers of Bronze Pillar Country, especially Chongling and the others. They will fall into the hands of Bronze Pillar Country. The reason why Senior Xiao asked us to stay here was to leave the grudge between Tong Zhuguo and Jiang Guo for him to settle, so he can keep us alive. But he calculated wrong. We only paid attention to the movements of Bronze Pillar Country. We did not expect the spirits of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Mountain to come. We were caught off guard. Since it's so grim, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape, right? Qin Xiaoyao was also filled with emotions as he followed Xiao Jian's words. Xiao Jian glanced at Qin Xingyu and said, That's right. I feel that we are too weak right now. The only thing we can rely on is Senior Zhao's formation. We can't break out of the encirclement easily. Breaking out of the encirclement will only consume our strength. What we need to do is wait for Senior Zhao's return. Of course, fellow Taoist Qin sent disciples to search for news of other Jiang country cultivators before coming to Black Wind Mountain. If they can come, we can work together. Maybe we have a chance of survival. The other disciples, Qin Qingyu grimaced. Right now, Black Wind Mountain is likely a bait. The other disciples will only die if they come. Xiao Jian felt the same and nodded slightly in agreement. Granny Ji, Qin Li, and Kong Li were sitting next to the Chongling princess. They followed the Chongling princess and did not speak. But from their expressions, they seemed to agree with Xiao Jian's words. The problem is not whether we are willing to escape or not. Qin Qingyu frowned again and explained, it's because the situation is more powerful than us. It's the demons of Mo Ridge and Lion Rock that forced us to escape. Of course, this old man, and even the people in the cave, do not care about food and water, but the other spirits and soldiers cannot. It's not like you didn't hear fellow Taoist Black Bear shout just now. What if those demons go crazy from hunger? Even the Black Bear's spirit can't control them, right? Xiao Jian heard this and said with a smile, I naturally agree with Sect Uncle Qin's words. It does not conflict with I's words. Since we know where the problem is, can't we solve the problem of food and water? How to solve it? Qin Qingyu grimaced and said, previously we sent people to charge out, but Dao soldiers, the spirits, and even fellow Taoist Xiao, didn't you try? The Golden Eagle is extremely fast. The White Lion's abilities are impressive. No one succeeded. We were not forced to the brink before. Xiao Jian answered. Also, we sent people here and there, but forgot about the person who could escape. Fellow Taoist Xiao has a backup plan. Qin Qingyu stilled and said curiously. Xiao Jian shook his head. I do not have a backup plan. The person with the highest cultivation in this cave is Sect Uncle Qin. If Sect Uncle Qin wants to go out to find food, the Golden Eagle will not be able to stop him. Especially if the people of Black Wind Mountain prepare to break out together and move in all directions. Even if the Golden Eagle can stop Sect Uncle Qin, he will not know how to stop him. No, Qin Qingyu shook his head slightly. This old man has the highest cultivation here. If the formation is broken, this old man has the power to protect the princess. But if this old man escapes and cannot return in time, if something happens to the princess, will this old man not become a sinner of Jiang country? The Chongling princess heard this and stood up gracefully. She bowed respectfully and said, Elder Qin, Chongling thanks Elder again for your heart. But at this time, Chongling's safety is not important. If the hundreds of pixies and soldiers could not survive, how could Chongling survive? Chongling asks Elder to risk death to charge out of the encirclement and find enough food for the people of Black Cloud Ridge. Ah, Your Highness the Princess. Qin Qingyu still shook his head. The spirits are surrounding the mountain. This old man can easily charge out, but it will be difficult to return. This old man fears that I will fail the princess. Elder, the Chongling princess said seriously. At this time, to speak the truth, Chongling has implicated everyone. Chongling is grateful that everyone has accompanied Chongling to this day. Do not say that you have failed. It is fortunate to be able to escape with your lives. You do not owe Chongling anything. As she spoke, the Chongling princess bowed to everyone again. Granny Ji and the others panicked and hurriedly stood to return the bow. Qin Qingyu seemed to be thinking. After a moment, he nodded slightly and said, If so, this old man will go all out. Let's get out first and find food for Black Wind Mountain. Good. Xiao Jian clapped and said, Elder Qin should have done this long ago. I will summon the Black Bear spirit and have him give the order. Hundreds of spirits will charge out together. Elder can take advantage of the chaos to leave. And Qin Qingyu nodded. Actually, if this old man charges out of Black Cloud Ridge, food is easy to find. This old man will use at most half a day to return. Taoist Xiao, please ask Taoist Black Bear Spirit to act at night. This old man will charge when I hear the battle cries. All right, we will also lead the soldiers to charge out of the encirclement with the Black Wind Mountain spirits. Qianli and Kongli could not help but agree. But just as they spoke, a soldier in black armor hurriedly charged in and shouted, "Your Highness the Princess, not good. A dozen spirits are charging." Chapter 35:05. Where is the Black Wind King? Qianli was shocked. Without waiting for the Chongling princess to speak, he hurriedly stood and shouted. The Black Wind King and Master Lu left the cave and went up the mountain. They have not returned yet. The soldier answered, "Yeah, you go and stop those yaos. Kill whoever dares to come forward." Xiao Jian hurriedly stood and ordered Yuanya. Then he said to the Chongling princess and Qin Xiaoyao, "This one will go find the Black Bear Spirit. You two prepare. We will charge out of the formation together, pretend to attack, and help Elder Qin charge out in the chaos." "And we understand." The Chongling princess and Qin Xiaoyao nodded. Yuanya, who had been silent, hurriedly stood, looked deeply at the Chongling princess, and then quickly followed Xiao Jian out. The Black Wind Ridge people charged to the east, the Chongling princess to the north. Xiaoyao, you take the Dao soldiers and charge to the south. Qin Xingyu saw Qin Jian leave and shouted again. "This old man will go wherever I see a gap. Also, if you can charge out, then do so. Maybe this old man will attract their attention, and you can easily leave. No matter who goes out, if they can bring food and water out, it will be a great achievement." Yes. Everyone was shocked. They had been surrounded by a group of yaos for 100 days. Now it was time to fight back. While they were just helping Qin Xingyu charge out, everyone was excited. After a simple assignment, Qin Xingyu rose to his feet and flew out of the cave residence. Hiss! Flying out of the cave, Qin Xingyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Back in the cave, no matter how serious the Black Bear Spirit was, Qin Xingyu didn't care. Seeing the situation in front of him, he finally understood. The situation inside the formation was far more dangerous than he had imagined. However, in front of the tent set up by the soldiers of the Jiang country, hundreds of Dao soldiers had already flown into the air. Each of them held a magic tool in their hands, and their faces were filled with vigilance. Below them, there were also hundreds of soldiers who were already fully equipped. They were also riding on horses, holding spears in their hands. Across from them, hundreds and thousands of fairies had begun to move in groups, advancing towards the soldiers step by step. Each of the fairies stuck out their scarlet tongues to lick their mouths. An indescribable thirst flashed in their eyes, and the primitive desire of hunger had overwhelmed all rationality. Black Bear Spirit, where's the Black Bear Spirit? Qin Xingyu couldn't help but yell. He knew in his heart that in the eyes of these demons, they were all food. Only the Black Bear Spirit was a threat. This king is here. Only then did the Black Bear Spirit turn around from behind the cave abode. He stepped on the demon cloud and rushed into the air, shouting, "Stop! Whoever dares to take half a step forward, I will kill him immediately." The Black Bear Spirit roared angrily. Demonic chi surged from its body. Its usual cowardice was long gone. Its ferocious aura frightened the bear spirit in front of it. "Your Majesty," the bear spirit at the front gritted its teeth and said, "We know what your Majesty means, but we haven't eaten our fill for a long time. Master once said that he did not want us to eat humans, and we all remember that in our hearts. But now that there's nothing else to eat, we do not plan to eat humans, as long as the soldiers of Jiang country give their war horses to the little ones to eat. That's it. Don't say such boring things." The Black Bear Spirit sneered. "These soldiers of the Jiang country all rely on their war horses. The Black Bear Spirit immediately relaxed. Qin Xingyu and the others also sighed in relief. The Princess of Chongling, Qin Xiaoyao, and the others all charged in front of the Dao soldiers, and spoke about the matter of preparing to charge out. Everyone became alert. They were warriors and had been suppressed in the formation for nearly 100 days. They had long been impatient. Now that they were being treated as food by the demons, they felt even more uncomfortable. Hearing that they were going to go out and fight, a wave of passion rose in their hearts. Rather than being eaten by the demons, it was better to kill the demons. If they could charge out, they would charge out. If they could not, it was better to die. Yes. Many soldiers responded in unison and left under the leadership of Qian Li and Kong Li. Those Dao soldiers also flew to the other direction in front of the formation under the leadership of Qin Xiaoyao and others, quietly waiting for Qin Xingyu's order to fight. In front of the cave, only Xiao Jian, Qin Xingyu, and Lu Yi, who had just come down from the mountain, were left. Qin Xingyu glanced at Xiao Jian and said with a smile, "Fellow immortal Xiao, you will be in charge of this battle. You will give the orders." "All right." Xiao Jian nodded and said, "We will rely on Elder Qin to deal with the Black Wind Ridge. We will wait here for Elder to return. I hope that Elder Qin will not fail our trust." And Qin Xingyu looked at the soldiers and horses in the three directions and answered, "Just as we discussed before, after this old man charges out, you can weaken your attacks and retreat to the formation. Wait half a day before you attack again. This old man will take advantage of the chaos to come in." After speaking, Qin Xingyu moved and flew to the left of the Chongling princess and landed on the back of a soldier's horse. Xiao Jian knew that Qin Xingyu wanted to take advantage of the chaotic battle to escape, so he waved his hand and flew into the air. His hand formed a spell, and a beam of light came out of his hand, charging into the air in front of the mountain. It was like a stone being thrown into water. Many horizontal waves were generated in the air. After the horizontal waves, the ferocious birds and beasts surrounding the Black Wind Ridge were revealed. Xiao Jian shouted angrily, "Everyone kill! Kill!" The soldiers of Jiang country were the first to respond. They urged their war horses and charged out of the formation with spears in their hands. The hundreds of iron hooves rushed down the hillside like a torrent. Although the demons of Lion Rock were in a defensive formation, they were still caught off guard. In the instant of contact, more than 10 demons were pierced by the spears, and miserable screams could be heard. The soldiers of Jiang country rushed down the mountain ridge, and the hundreds of Dao soldiers also pounced towards the demons of Emo Yun Ridge from the air. Many flashes of light could be seen, and one magical artifact after another smashed down. Similarly, many fierce birds had their wings broken and fell from the sky. Roar, roar. Of the three powers, the weakest Black Wind Ridge demons were different from before. As soon as the starving demons rushed out of the magic array, their eyes lit up. It was as if the aggressive demons in front of them were fat cows. Wind immediately appeared under their feet, and they pounced on them, screaming hysterically. These spirit demons were naturally not as fast as the soldiers of Jiang country. When they came into contact with the spirit demons of Lion Mountain, the spirit demons were already prepared. Although they did not resist in a particularly orderly manner, the weapons in their hands did not hesitate to fight with the bear spirits of Black Wind Ridge. However, just as the battle began, the spirit demons of Lion Mountain were once again terrified because the bear spirits were not fighting like before. They all looked like they were going to perish together, and there was no method at all. As long as they saw an opening, they would immediately pounce over and open their bloody mouths to bite. Many demons were caught off guard and were bitten on the arms and nape of their necks. Screams came from the mouths of these demons. The successful bear demons bit off the flesh of these demons and chewed it in their mouths. As for those spirit demons who did not succeed, when they heard the sound of chewing meat and the smell of blood, they became even more anxious and crazy. They pounced towards their opponents without any regard for their lives. Seeing this, the spirit demons of Lion Mountain were dumbfounded. Spirits did need to eat meat, but most of the meat was human and livestock meat. How could they eat spirit demon meat after becoming a spirit demon? Ever since they became spirit demons, they had long since developed a sense of self-awareness differentiating themselves from those spirit demons that did not have intelligence. At this moment, looking at the blood in the mouth and body of the black-winged ridgebear spirit, as well as the madness in its eyes, how could it still have the integrity of a spirit demon? A spirit demon without any integrity. It was truly terrifying. Fairies were actually the same as humans. When they saw that they were about to become food for others, they felt a chill in their hearts and involuntarily retreated. The fairies of Blackwind Ridge immediately gained the upper hand and slowly advanced down the mountain. Chapter 3506. In the sky, the golden eagle and white lion were surprised to see the formation of the Blackwind Ridge open. However, the golden eagle spread its wings and shouted, "Myriad Lion King, be careful. I'm afraid this is the Blackwind Ridge's last resort. I urge all the boys to work harder and break this formation completely. Let's see how powerful that Taoist cultivator is." Haha, since it's all in one throw, why care about their formation? Once we kill all these demons and humans, what's the point of keeping their magic formation? White Lion laughed and ignored the golden condor. With a flap of his body, he flew down mountain. The golden eagle said, "If you don't go, I'll break the formation myself." Immediately after, it spread its wings, and its body flashed with brilliance. A hurricane was born, and the huge body of the golden condor was like a meteor as it rushed towards Xiao Jian, who had revealed himself in midair. Its huge claws emitted a sizzling sound as they tore through the air. They were sharper than ordinary flying swords. "Humph!" Xiao Jian sneered and waved his hand as steadily as a mountain. There was a flash of brilliance, and the golden eagle only felt a flash in front of his eyes. Although the situation in front of him was still the same, and he still saw the contempt in Xiao Jian's eyes, he still had an extremely bad feeling from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, before the golden eagle could do anything, its sharp claws touched an extremely tough restriction. The golden eagle was very familiar with this restriction. Oh no! The golden eagle was shocked. He knew that the formation had been sealed, and he had hit the restriction. He hurriedly flapped his wings and prepared to fly up. However, at this moment, a strong force came from the restriction. This force wrapped around the golden eagle and smashed it down the mountain. Boom! There was a loud sound. Just hundreds of feet below the Blackwind Ridge, the golden eagle's body smashed into a mountain slope that was 100 feet high. Not only did it smash a big hole in the mountain slope, but it also smashed two ferocious beasts that were guarding there into meat paste. A cloud of dust gradually settled, and the extremely sorry figure of the golden eagle was revealed. Its shining golden feathers were gray, and it no longer had the majesty from before. At this time, among the Jiang soldiers fighting with the beasts, a figure suddenly moved. However, this figure did not charge into the sky, but flattened out dozens of feet. Dozens of feet away, it was the Chongling princess riding a peach-red horse and swinging her weapon to kill the beasts. At this time, the Chongling princess had just killed a beast. She was about to raise her whip when she felt something was strange behind her. She unconsciously flipped her hand, and the whip was about to strike. "Princess, it's I." Qin Xingyu's voice sounded by her ear. "Martial Uncle Qin." The Chongling princess stilled and put away the whip in her hand. She did not understand why Qin Xingyu had suddenly appeared behind her. But before she could think, her body suddenly tensed, and she flew off the peach-red horse. "Martial Uncle, what are you doing?" the Chongling princess said urgently. "Your Highness Princess, I have received the great gift of the monarch. While I cannot die for the monarch, I must protect the princess' safety. Now is the best time to charge out of the encirclement. I cannot go alone." Qin Xingyu said in a low voice. "I will take the princess out even if I die to repay the monarch's favor." Seeing that she had been carried dozens of feet into the air by Qin Xingyu in a moment, what else could the Chongling princess say? While she did not want to leave, she could only sigh inside and wait until they charged out of the encirclement. "Jie!" Qin Xingyu suddenly flew out. The golden eagle was naturally furious. It screeched and flapped its wings to charge into the air. But how could the power of the golden eagle compare to the capital star's formation? The enormous force had not completely disappeared from the golden eagle's body. It stumbled and did not fly up from the ground. Roar! On the mountain ridge, dozens of feet away from the golden eagle, the white lion that had just bitten a few bear spirits roared angrily. Demonic clouds formed under its feet, and it chased after Qin Qingyu. Also, from the white lion's mouth, rays of light like flying swords flew out and stabbed towards Qin Qingyu. Qin Xiaoyao. Qin Qingyu ignored White Lion and roared. He opened his mouth, and a fist-sized stone rushed out. As soon as the stone appeared, it flashed with a green light and suddenly grew bigger. It smashed towards the beasts in front of Qin Qingyu's head that were blocking in the air. Protect the princess. At this time, Granny Ji, Yuanya, who was on the left of the Chongling princess, and a dozen or so female generals on Pegasi moved. They each waved their weapons and urged their Pegasi to fly towards the White Lion, preparing to block the White Lion's attack for Qin Qingyu. As to Qin Xiaoyao, how could he not know Qin Qingyu's intentions? With an order, he led the Dao soldiers and several disciples to charge in Qin Qingyu's direction. Puff! Yuanya's demonic staff was the first to succeed, shattering a flying sword-like light. However, his own body also lost balance and fell along with the leopard under his feet. Then bang, bang, bang. There was a series of chaotic sounds. Granny Ji and the others first knocked down the White Lion's attack, and many magic weapons also forced the White Lion. The White Lion had no choice but to temporarily abandon Qin Qingyu. Under its 4 hooves, the demonic clouds moved and it dodged to the side. Immediately after, there was a series of screams. Qin Xiaoyao led the Dao soldiers to kill a few ferocious birds and rushed behind Qin Qingyu. Boom, boom, boom. There were a few muffled sounds. Qin Xiaoyao's Dharma treasure hit a few ferocious birds in front of him. Those ferocious birds were all smashed into pieces and fell from midair. At this time, on the mountain ridge, the fastest golden eagle had just flown up and was still very far from Qin Qingyu. The White Lion had dodged the desperate attacks of Granny Ji and the others, but it seemed impossible for him to catch up to Qin Qingyu. It seemed that Qin Qingyu was really going to take the Chongling princess and escape from the Black Wind Ridge. But at this time, boom, 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 a series of roars came from the sky, and several rays of righteous qi suddenly fell, attacking Qin Qingyu and the flying stone magic weapon. Woo! Qin Qingyu's expression did not change, as though he had been prepared. His spiritual power was activated, and the flying stone vibrated. The primal energies of the universe within dozens of feet were immediately sucked into it. The flying stone immediately turned into the size of a millstone and blocked above his head. Boom, boom, boom. The righteous qi pillars fell on the flying stone, and the entire stone shook rapidly. Light flashed, and after the roars, the flying stone shrank by more than half, and Qin Qingyu's face was slightly red. Qin Qingyu. A faint voice came from the distance, and a middle-aged man dressed in scholarly robes appeared. You are not this old man's match. You should surrender. Jiang Yuming. Seeing this scholarly man, Qin Qingyu's face was ashen, and he said in surprise, You, why are you here? If you can come, why can't this old man come? Jiang Yuming said faintly, I might as well tell you, not only did this old man come, but other scholarly grandmasters also came. If you want to escape from this Black Wind Ridge, it is simply wishful thinking. Other grandmasters? Qin Qingyu was even more surprised. Just for that, Xiaohua? Yes and no. Jiang Yuming looked at the Chongling princess in Qin Qingyu's hands and answered. Actually, Jiang Yuming, this Qin will tell you honestly that Xiaohua is not at Black Wind Ridge. Qin Qingyu shook his head and said, This Qin has never seen him since coming to Black Wind Ridge. Ha! It is the same whether he is here or not. Jiang Yuming smiled slightly. His expression was very light. I understand. Qin Qingyu also smiled. and his smile was very beautiful. If Xiao Hua is at Black Wind Ridge, you all will work together to kill him. If he is not at Black Wind Ridge, this Chongling princess is bait. Xiao Hua will definitely fall into your trap, and you can still kill him. Yes and no. Jiang Yuming looked at Qin Xingyu from afar and did not go forward, still answering faintly. Qin Xingyu nodded. Naturally, it is for the Chongling princess. Maybe Jiang country's treasury is not in Jiang country? Maybe Jiang country has some secrets you do not know? Jiang Yuming frowned and sneered. Qin Xingyu, your teachers have all been defeated by this old man. Now that you have no way out, why don't you quickly surrender? Who says this Qin has no way out? Qin Xingyu laughed and raised the Chongling princess in his hands. Isn't this my way out? Sure, Shu. Everyone was stunned. Qin Xiaoyao shouted, You shut up. Qin Xingyu scolded angrily. You and I are no longer Jiang country's cultivators. We do not need to respect Chongling as a princess. Qin Xiaoyao gritted his teeth slightly, looked at Qin Xingyu in front of him, and then the Dao soldiers and disciples on the left. He retreated dozens of feet and said in a low voice, This disciple understands Shurshu's thoughts, but this disciple does not want to make mistakes again and again. Since there will be death, this disciple wants to die with peace of mind. Qin Xingyu, you old man. Granny Ji almost scolded behind him. Ga. The golden eagle also flew up at this time and laughed mockingly. Is this the legendary shamelessness? Qin Xingyu, what do you mean? Jiang Yuming frowned and asked curiously. You want to use the Chongling princess to threaten this old man? Senior Jiang, this Qin does not dare to say any threats. Qin Xingyu seemed to have a card up his sleeve. The Chongling princess is the bait to kill Xiao Hua, and also the last royal family of Jiang country. Her importance must be self-evident. If this Qin tightens his grip and the Chongling princess loses her life, won't your calculations all be in vain? Senior Jiang, this Qin is just an itinerant cultivator of the Dao sect. As long as this Qin goes out, I will immediately give the Chongling princess to Senior. You can do whatever you want with her. Huh? Jiang Yuming laughed and waved his hand. Qin Xingyu, the one who is in vain is you. This Chongling princess is someone a monarch wants to kill. If you kill her, this old man and the others don't have to dirty our hands. Also, you killed the Chongling princess. Since Xiao Hua is not at Black Wind Ridge, he naturally does not know. He still has to return to Black Wind Ridge. The Chongling princess is bait. It has nothing to do with the Chongling princess life or death. Chapter 35:07. Good. Qin Xingyu sneered. He reached out and grabbed the Chongling princess' neck. He shouted, Since you say so, this Qin will crush Chongling to death. Whatever. Jiang Yuming was a man of few words. He waved his hand and retreated dozens of feet as though he was afraid the Chongling princess blood would splash on him. A vicious light flashed through Qin Xingyu's eyes. He said with a smile, Who are you bluffing? You think this Qin does not dare? As he spoke, his hand tightened. The Chongling princess, who had been silent all this time and seemed to have lost her heart, suddenly turned green. Thief, you dare! With an angry roar, Yuanya, who had been accumulating his power for a long time, hurriedly urged the leopard to rush up from below without any concern for his own safety. Roar! The white lion roared, causing the space around Yuanya and the leopard to rapidly tremble. The leopard was so scared that it pissed its pants and hurriedly flew down. Yuanya anxiously cried out on the leopard, but even if he was angry, what could he do? His cultivation was simply too far away from that of these monsters. Granny Ji and the others were also ashen-faced. They had pinned all their hopes on Qin Xingyu and helped him to defend against the enemy. They had never expected that in the end, Qin Xingyu would betray them and turn his back on them. Looking around Qin Xingyu, no, in the entire Black Wind Ridge, other than the enemy, there was no one else who could subdue Qin Xingyu. Was the Chongling princess going to be crushed to death by Qin Xingyu? Old Master Xiao, The people of Jiang country had never yearned for Xiao Hua's appearance more than now. Maybe only Xiao Hua could resolve the present deadlock. Whoosh! Just as everyone's hearts turned to ash, an inexplicable ripple came from Qin Qingyu's arm. A flame appeared strangely. Who? Qin Qingyu was shocked, his heart contracting. He immediately thought of a possibility. Other than Xiao Hua, whom he had never met, who could appear strangely at such a dangerous time. Understanding, Qin Qingyu's hand loosened. No matter how bold he was, he did not dare to crush the Chongling princess to death in front of Xiao Hua, who had not appeared. Rumble. Just as Qin Qingyu loosened his grip, a fireball appeared. Then, the surrounding heaven-earth essence, Qi, suddenly gathered. Moreover, as the heaven-earth essence Qi swarmed, several flames appeared not far in front of Jiang Yuming, White Lion, Golden Condor, and the other demons of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Mountain. Qin Qingyu was very close to the fireball. The fireball violently exploded. In the light, Qin Qingyu screamed. Golden light flashed around him. His right arm holding the Chongling princess dimmed, and blood flew. Qin Qingyu's right arm was blown off by the fireball. As Qin Qingyu's arm was blown off, ripples of water blue light appeared in the light of the fireball. A thin old man in Taoist robes and a circular talisman appeared. The water blue light came from the talisman. However, this light was quickly extinguished in the light of the fireball. The explosion of the fireball charged past the talisman and blasted the old man's back into a bloody mess. The old man's body was pushed by the force of the fireball towards the Chongling princess like a falling leaf. The Chongling princess had lost her will to live under this unpredictable person's heart. But the next change happened in a flash. Before she could think, the old man spread his arms and used his body to protect her. Looking at the face that was coming closer, the familiar wrinkles, the dry lips, and the two white mustaches. Wasn't this Xiao Jian? However, at this moment, Xiao Jian's originally turbid eyes were filled with concern and determination. Xiao Jian's decisiveness turned into gratification, but this gratification disappeared as he closed his eyes. Xiao Jian, fellow immortal Xiao. The Chongling princess was puzzled, but did not dare to be negligent. She hurriedly reached out and pulled the unconscious Xiao Jian into her arms. But the fireball was really powerful. Xiao Jian blocked the heat wave that was charging at the Chongling princess, but the power was still there. The Chongling princess could not resist at all. Under the enormous force, she floated down. Looking around, countless scorching waves of fire were rolling. Not only did the demons of Mo Yun Ridge and Lion Rock retreat in fear, even someone as strong as Jiang Yuming did not dare to be negligent. He leaped high into the air. The moment the fireball appeared, Jiang Yuming was shocked. He thought that Xiao Hua had appeared, but when he saw Xiao Jian's figure in the fire, he was reassured. Xiao Jian must have used an invisibility seal to prepare to escape. But he had not expected Qin Qingyu to hold the Chongling princess hostage. So Xiao Jian had to give up on escaping and use the fireball seal to save the Chongling princess. However, Jiang Yuming did not understand. Since Xiao Jian had an invisibility seal, why did Qin Qingyu not? Since Qin Qingyu knew Xiao Jian had an invisibility seal, why did he not guard against Xiao Jian? Especially, why was this fireball seal so powerful? Of course, these questions were nothing in Jiang Yuming's mind. Both Xiao Jian and Qin Qingyu were not worth mentioning in Jiang Yuming's eyes. No matter what they did, as long as they did not escape Black Wind Ridge, they could do whatever they wanted. Therefore, when he saw the Chongling princess land with Xiao Jian and meet up with Granny Ji and the others, Yuanya punched the leopard and did his best to get close to the Chongling princess. The Golden Condor and White Lion were forced into a sorry state by the fireballs. He smiled faintly. Then, the physical energy in his body moved. He opened his mouth and recited the 100 classics. Waves of vast energy roared and fell from the sky. In a moment, it extinguished all the flames within 100 zhang of him. After the flames disappeared, Qin Xingyu's slightly stooped figure appeared. At this time, Qin Xingyu had used the previous chaos to fly dozens of feet, wanting to escape Jiang Yuming's encirclement. Seeing his tracks exposed, Qin Xingyu's unusually pale face showed a hint of embarrassment. Elder Jiang, Qin Xingyu thought for a moment and said, "You also saw that this Qin was forced to do something beyond my ability. They do not trust me at all. The matter of Black Wind Ridge has nothing to do with this Qin." A hint of mockery flashed through Jiang Yuming's eyes. He looked up and down at Qin Xingyu's disheveled appearance. In order to escape, he did not even have time to clean up the blood on his body. Then he said coolly, "Qin Xingyu, this path is blocked. You should turn back." "Elder," Qin Xingyu pleaded, "this Qin swears that from now on, I will not ask about the matters of the Dao sect. I will only focus on cultivation. Jiang country. No, the Dao sect of the hidden immortal continent has nothing to do with this Qin. Go back." Jiang Yuming waved his hand. A wave of vast energy passed. Qin Xingyu saw that he could not block it and could only fly back. Fortunately, Jiang Yuming did not mean to make things difficult for Qin Xingyu. This wave of vast energy only brushed past Qin Xingyu's head. The golden eagle was obviously very angry that Qin Xingyu could escape from its encirclement. When it saw Qin Xingyu flying down, it spread its wings. The golden feathers that were messed up by the fireball talisman flashed and rushed towards Qin Xingyu. "Let him go back." Jiang Yuming waved his hand. A wave of vast energy condensed into an invisible wall of qi in front of the golden eagle. The golden eagle was caught off guard and was actually knocked down in midair. The golden eagle made a clear GA sound. It seemed very angry and said angrily, "Jiang Yuming, what right do you boom?" A wave of vast energy came. The golden eagle was hit and kept rolling in the air. Only a few feathers were still floating in the air. Jiang Yuming's figure slowly disappeared. His cold voice stayed in the same place. "You are just a flatbird. Don't forget your identity. If you are not still useful, this old man would kill you on the spot." The golden eagle was knocked down and blood flowed out of its beak. White Lion and the others did not dare to be negligent. Although they did not dare to retreat from here, they were already far away and surrounded the people of Black Wind Ridge. Standing in midair, Qin Xingyu was in an awkward situation. Earlier, his order to Qin Xiaoyao was rejected, and Qin Xiaoyao stepped back for tens of feet. There were nearly 100 people who moved with Qin Xiaoyao. These disciples and Dao soldiers were far away from Qin Jian's fire talisman, so they weren't affected too much. But the disciples who stayed behind to listen to Qin Xingyu were slightly troublesome. In the explosion of the fire talisman, a dozen of them were injured. Right now, they were as bad as Qin Xingyu. Although they had rested for a while and were standing in the air, they probably couldn't stay together with the people of Black Wind Ridge. Qin Xingyu's gaze swept across the formation of the Golden Eagle, White Lion, and the others. Then he looked at Granny Ji and the others who were protecting the Chongling princess and retreating. His face was ferocious, but he clapped his hand and put several pills into his mouth. His face immediately flushed red. He sneered and said, "You Confucian cultivators have a good plan. You want to watch the show from the side? Good, this old man will let you watch. This old man will turn Black Wind Ridge into a sea of blood. Let's see what good show you can watch." As he spoke, he raised his hand and shouted, "Disciples, Dao soldiers, follow this old man. Kill." Sect uncle. Seeing Qin Xingyu go crazy, Qin Xiaoyao was shocked. At this time in Black Wind Ridge, Qin Xingyu was the strongest. Who could be his match? Even if there were hundreds and thousands of demons, in the eyes of an early Jinan cultivator, they were not even a dish. Qin Xiaoyao shouted and wanted to persuade Qin Xingyu. Unfortunately, Qin Xingyu didn't give Qin Xiaoyao a chance to speak at all. He made a spell with both hands, and within a few feet of Qin Xiaoyao, a silvery white brilliance shone brightly. Streaks of light, like spears, appeared and pierced toward Qin Xiaoyao. It was Qin Xingyu's best technique, the golden spear technique. Qin Xiaoyao's expression changed greatly. He did not expect Qin Xingyu to change his face faster than flipping a book. He was the first to attack a junior disciple. He quickly rubbed his hands and opened his mouth. A fire bead the size of thumb shot out. Chapter 35:08. The fire bead immediately turned into a crimson wall of fire to protect Qin Xiaoyao. But before the wall of fire formed, hundreds of silver-white spears were thrown over like hundreds of giants. The sound of them breaking through the air was ear-piercing. Qin Xiaoyao was not strong to begin with. He could not even block Tong Zhuo's killing immortal crossbow, much less the spears of these Jindan cultivators. Pew pew. Dozens of spears easily passed through the wall of fire and came close to Qin Xiaoyao. Qin Xiaoyao's face was ashen, but there was no regret in his eyes. Instead, there was a kind of relief. This relief was the relief of being forgiven. While Qin Xiaoyao's gaze was not on the Chongling princess fleeing towards Black Wind Ridge, the princess and even Granny Ji looked at Qin Xiaoyao without the disdain and rejection from before. Oh! At this moment, a very surprised voice suddenly sounded. What's going on? This voice sounded a little ethereal, but it was also loud and clear. The entire Black Wind Ridge could hear it clearly. Following this voice, thousands of tiny threads of lightning suddenly appeared in the air around Qin Xiaoyao. There were not many threads of lightning, and they did not look strong. But where the threads of lightning passed, the thousands of golden spears were immediately shattered. The threads of lightning wrapped around the silver-white fragments. In a blink, the fragments turned back into pure, primal energies of the universe. Xiao! Elder Xiao! Qin Xiaoyao was naturally overjoyed at being reborn. He looked around in disbelief, his voice filled with an indescribable hope. Xiaohua! Qin Xingyu saw his spell easily defeated by the lightning. His expression changed. He was filled with regret and bitterness in his mouth. He really did not understand why his luck was so tragic. What to do? Qin Xingyu's mind spun rapidly. He hurriedly sent out his consciousness towards the source of the voice. But his consciousness was immediately cut off after scanning 100 feet. He could not go very far. Old Master. This is Old Master. Old Master is back. Boy, kill. The black bear spirit was the happiest. When he heard Xiao Hua's voice, he immediately shouted. The demons of the Black Wind Ridge had no time to watch Qin Xingyu's despicable performance. They were originally in a state of exhaustion and had gradually slipped into a disadvantageous position. However, when they heard the black bear spirits roar, it was more effective than any elixir. The weapons in their hands danced in the air, and their momentum was like a rainbow. Kill. The demons of Black Wind Ridge were like this, and the soldiers of Jiang Country were even more excited. In this period of fighting, they had suffered many losses and were almost unable to resist the birds flying in the sky. Hearing Xiao Hua's voice, they all fought with their lives. Granny Ji and the others were overjoyed. As they protected the Chongling princess, they urged their horses to charge at the demons of Mo Yun Ridge. The most ridiculous thing was still the leopard. Previously, no matter how Yuanya punched and kicked it, it did not dare to fly into the air. At this time, it also let out a long roar and turned into a flying shadow, carrying Yuanya to the beast at the foot of the mountain. However, just as it started to fly, it was punched by Yuanya again. Only then did it turn around and charge at the Chongling princess. At this time, Qin Xiaoyao seemed to think of something and hurriedly shouted, Elder Xiao! The Black Wind Ridge has an ambush from the Copper Pillar State. But his words did not travel far. Boom, boom, boom. Dark clouds covered the Black Wind Ridge, and wild winds blew. Countless bolts of lightning crashed down like a heavenly river. Oh! Between the flashes of lightning, the thousands of birds of Mo Yun Ridge that had been arrogant before were struck down by the heavenly lightning. Other than the scattered feathers in the air, there was only the fragrance of roasted birds. The golden eagle was shocked. It had seen powerful cultivators and righteous Confucian cultivators, but it had never seen such a powerful move. There were over 1,000 of them. They were killed by this cultivator called Xiao Hua without even showing his face. What cultivation did this Xiao Hua have? Before the golden condor could escape, another wave of the Taoist spell that it had seen before flashed in midair. Then, it saw layers of flames appearing above the heads of the ferocious beasts on Lion Rock. Then it swooped down. Roar, roar. The ferocious beasts screamed in agony. No one cared about fighting with the Black Wind Ridge demons anymore. They either rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames, or formed demonic clouds under their feet and rushed into the air to escape. Go! Bashir had been moved. With a soft roar, the Yao clouds under his feet moved, and he had already charged dozens of feet. Damn it! The golden eagle cursed in its heart. It seemed to be half a beat slower than Bashir every time, but fortunately, its flying speed was fast enough. With a flap of its wings, it immediately caught up with Bashir. Just as they had fled a few hundred meters away, a thunderous rumble resounded through the sky. A tall and skinny human figure stepped on heavenly lightning and flew over at a speed faster than lightning. His voice that was even louder than thunder rumbled through the Black Wind Ridge. After causing so much trouble to my Black Wind Ridge, you still want to leave? Before the voice died away, the golden eagle and Bashir's eyes blurred. They did not notice anything at all. The two figures had already landed in the sky above Black Wind Ridge. The golden eagle and Bashir looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock. This kind of magical power that could teleport them dozens of feet without them noticing had long exceeded their understanding. Almost at the same time, the two of them knelt in the air and shouted, "Master, please spare us." The two so-called Golden Eagle King and Myriad Lion King did not resist at all and just knelt down. The demons of Yun Ridge and Lion Rock were even worse. They had long been scared witless by the heavenly lightning and the burning of their bodies. Now, they no longer dared to care about their injuries. They all knelt on the ground and shouted, "Master, please spare us." The black bear spirit snorted and said angrily, "Is Master's name something you can easily call out?" His words were filled with pride and arrogance. In a moment, the thin figure in the sky had already flown to the sky above the Black Wind mountain range. After the lightning dissipated, his true appearance was revealed. Xiao Hua's appearance was a few years older, but he looked more mature, and the majesty between his brows was even more prominent. Anyone who looked at him would feel a sense of fear, and a kind of reverence would spontaneously arise. "Master, you have returned." The black bear spirit was carefree and showed off in front of people. He flew to Xiao Hua's right hand and bowed proudly. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and said, "And this old man has returned. Black Bear, you have worked hard." Seeing Xiao Hua give him face, the black bear spirit was even happier. He did not dare to rise and said, "This one is unworthy and did not gain face for Master. In the end, I still have to rely on Master's methods." And Xiao Hua responded and looked away. The people of Jiang country escorted the Chongling princess and flew to Xiao Hua's hand. They all bowed respectfully and said, "Welcome, Master, back to the mountain. You have worked hard." What is going on with Xiao Jian? Xiao Hua frowned slightly. His Buddhist consciousness had come too late and did not see the situation. The Chongling princess looked worriedly at Xiao Jian, who was still unconscious and covered in blood. She recounted what had happened previously. Sigh. When Xiao Hua heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. His heart was also filled with lingering fear. If Qin Xingyu really succeeded, not to mention that Jiangguo would no longer exist, even his own face would be lost. Wouldn't everything he said earlier be for naught? Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed slightly. He swept a glance at Qin Xingyu and the hundreds of Dao soldiers and disciples around him, and then looked at Qin Xiaoyao. At this time, Qin Xiaoyao flew over with hundreds of disciples and Dao soldiers. Seeing Xiao Hua look at him, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Disciple Qin Xiaoyao greets. Master." Disciple thanks Master for saving my life. Was what Chongling said true? Xiaohua's expression did not change as he asked coolly. Qin Xiaoyao did not dare to speak and hurriedly answered. What Her Highness the Princess said is true. Then, how do you think Qin Xingyu should be dealt with? Xiaohua asked directly. This, Qin Xiaoyao stilled. He was tongue-tied and did not dare to speak. Xiaohua saw Qin Xiaoyao hesitate and immediately moved him to the side. He raised his hand and took out a jade bottle. He gave it to Yuanya and said, Yuanya, feed this pill medicine to your master. Yes, master. Yuanya saw Xiaohua was awe-inspiring and was no longer the Xiaohua who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him on the streets of Longevity Town. He took the jade bottle and hurriedly answered. After Xiao Jian had fainted, he had been watched over by the female generals of Jiang country. Only now did he dare to give it to Yuanya. Seeing Xiao Jian take the pill medicine, Xiaohua smiled and pointed. When did Xiao Jian's abilities improve greatly? He can predict the future. First, he stole this seat's invisibility talisman and fire talisman from Louis. Master, this little one knows. The black bear spirit at the side hurriedly said with a smile, This is not Xiao Jian's ability, but Lu Er's arrangement. Lu Yi. Xiaohua was startled. He raised his head to look at the mountain ridge, where Lu Yi was already kneeling on the ground, as if he was welcoming him. Master. At this time, Qin Xiaoyao spoke up. You old man, didn't you hear your disciple's voice? Outside the Black Wind Ridge, there's a great formation set up by Confucian cultivators. We are bait, and our lives are as light as grass. How can you take the risk? Xiaohua sneered, disdain appearing on the corner of his mouth. He raised his head to look at the sky, where a faint five-colored brilliance was flowing, and said, Let me tell you, on this Black Wind Ridge, every person, every demon's life is not light. Even if I know that this is bait, that there is a trap here, I will still come. Thank you, Master. Everyone knelt down, their hearts filled with an indescribable warmth. Besides, it's just a child's play. How can it do anything to me? Xiaohua laughed again. He raised his hand, and everyone stood up. We will only chat here. We will talk after they set up the formation. Chapter 3509. Yes, we will rely on Old Master for everything. Everyone saw Xiaohua, so calm, and felt even more confident. Xiaohua beckoned with his hand. Lu Yi, kneeling on the ground, flew in front of Xiaohua. Louis did not dare to get up and kowtowed. Disciple Lu Yi greets Old Master. Disciple did not manage the residence well and caused such trouble. Old Master will punish me. No need to be so careful, Xiaohua said with a smile. You did well. This seat will give you a surprise later. However, tell this old man, how did you know Qin Xingyu would kidnap the Chongling princess? Lu Yi's face was bashful as he said in a low voice, Allow this little one to report this matter to Old Master alone in the future. Oh, good. Xiaohua smiled and then looked up. He took out a bottle of pills and flew it in front of Lu Yi. Get up. You did well. Today, you did the best. This pill is for you. When you learn the method in the future, you can take it. Lu Yi was so clever. Hearing Xiaohua say, when you learn the method in the future, how could he not know that Xiaohua had found a method for him to cultivate? Excitement appeared on his face. He carefully took the jade bottle and hid it on his body before bowing again. Qin Xiaoyao. Xiaohua suddenly asked, Do you mind the question this seat asked you just now? Seeing Xiaohua act so swiftly and decisively, his train of thought also jumping around, Qin Xiaoyao clenched his teeth and knelt down in midair, saying, Master, disciple knows that Martial Uncle Qin committed an unpardonable crime, but disciple also committed a serious crime that day. Since Old Master can pardon this disciple, why can't you forgive Qin Shishu? He was just muddle-headed under the attack of the enemy and made the wrong choice. Now that our Tao sect is in decline, one person killed is one less. This disciple asks Old Master to be magnanimous and allow Qin Shishu to redeem himself. Old Master, You cannot. Granny G had not known Xiao Hua for long, but she was familiar with Xiao Hua's soft-hearted nature. She hurriedly shouted that Qin Qingyu was the strongest cultivator of Black Wind Ridge at the time. He wanted to kidnap Her Highness the Princess and use her safety to exchange for his life. He even wanted to kill Her Highness the Princess when the enemy could not tolerate it. In addition, he didn't care about fellow disciples at all. As soon as he had time, he immediately attacked his own martial nephew. If it weren't for the return of the master, fellow Taoist Qin would have already died. How could someone who was worse than a beast be a disciple of the Tao sect? Leaving him alive is a disgrace to the Tao sect and a thorn in the flesh of my Black Wind Ridge. If Master is unable to distinguish between rewards and punishments, I'm afraid it won't be fair in the future. Master, please make a decision. Master! When Qin Qingyu heard this from afar, he hurriedly knelt down in the air and cried out, "Please spare my life, Master. I will follow your orders for the rest of my life and will never have any other thoughts." Old Master, Granny G wanted to say something, but when she saw Xiao Hua frown slightly, the Chongling princess hurriedly scolded, "Granny, just say this. Everything will be decided by Master." But Granny G wanted to say something, but stopped. She bit her lip and lowered her head. The black bear spirit was next to Lu Yi at this time. He raised his foot and kicked Lu Yi, indicating for Lu Yi to speak. But Lu Yi didn't seem to notice and stood there silently. The other people of Black Wind Ridge knew their status was low and didn't dare to speak. On the mountain ridge, the bear spirits of Black Wind Ridge looked at the spirits on the ground that had been killed by the heavenly lightning and fire. They swallowed and didn't dare to move, waiting for Xiao Hua's decision. "Qin Qingyu, don't think about getting lucky," Xiao Hua said coolly. "You are a disciple of the Tao sect, but you don't deserve to be a human. Since you don't deserve to be a human, what are you living for? Since you are a disciple of the Tao sect, you can kill yourself?" Woo! Xiao Hua just finished speaking when he saw Qin Qingyu's body flashing with an intense golden light. Streams of Zhenqi were like small snakes coming out from his mouth and nose. Qin Qingyu's body flashed and flew towards the distance. As Qin Qingyu flew, the brilliance around his body became even brighter, just like an extremely sharp flying sword. "Do you want to escape?" Xiao Hua smiled faintly. "Even if you have 10 more gold cores, you can burn them all and turn them into swords. How can you escape from my hands?" While speaking, Xiao Hua waved his right hand, and a huge palm appeared in midair. It was several times faster than Qin Qingyu's, and in a moment, it grabbed Qin Qingyu. No matter how Qin Qingyu struggled, he couldn't break free. "Even if I don't do it, do you think you can escape from the formation of the Confucian cultivators?" Xiao Hua looked at Qin Qingyu and said word by word, "In front of you, there is only a dead end. However, instead of letting the Confucian cultivators kill you, let me send you on your way. I have a merciful heart, but that doesn't mean I won't kill. Because you deserve to die, I don't mind staining my hands with blood." After he finished speaking, the big hand moved slightly. Qin Qingyu struggled with all his strength, as if he was going to explode his gold core. However, under the power of the big hand, his true qi could not flow at all. Under the huge force, blood splattered, and Qin Qingyu was crushed to death. Immediately after, Xiao Hua retracted his technique, and Qin Qingyu's corpse fell from the sky. Everyone was shocked. Xiao Hua said indifferently, "You reap what you sow, you reap what you sow. Everyone has their own karma. Don't think too much about others." "Yes, disciple understands." Qin Xiaoyao knew that this was for him and hurriedly bowed. The other Taoist disciples didn't do evil. "Please spare my life, Master." "Well, they're all your disciples. You can decide for yourself." Xiao Hua waved his hand. The hundreds of frightened disciples and Taoist soldiers were overjoyed and hurriedly bowed down to thank him. The internal affairs of the Black Wind Ridge have been dealt with. Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the sky. The 5-colored brilliance had turned into 5-colored auspicious clouds and was still dancing in the air. There were no signs of it descending. He said, since the formation masters haven't finished their work, let's look at other things. Master, spare my life, spare my life. The golden eagle and white lion have been waiting by the side. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, they hurriedly begged for mercy. Xiao Hua smiled and asked, strange, you led a group of subordinates to invade my Black Wind Ridge and kill my disciples. Why should I spare you? Master, the golden eagle said pitifully, although we are called Golden Eagle King and Thousand Lion King, we are actually the same as the Black Wind King. We are all pitiful characters. Others don't know how hard we worked, but how can the Black Bear spirit not know? At first, we thought that we were the kings of the Black Cloud Ridge and were very proud of ourselves. But when Master came, so many things happened. Only then did we realize that we were just the pretense of others and were used by others. You can ask the Black Bear spirit. We have coexisted peacefully for so many years. Who bullied him? If we weren't forced by others this time, why would we invade the Black Wind Ridge? Also, the white lion hurriedly shouted from the side. We surrounded the Black Wind Ridge for so long and didn't attack heavily. In fact, we didn't injure many of the Black Wind Ridge's subordinates. We don't deserve to die. Hearing the words, don't deserve to die, coming from the mouth of the Thousand Lion King, everyone couldn't help but laugh. This really sounded ridiculous. However, the Black Bear spirit's eyes darted around. His gaze swept across the Black Wind Ridge. When he saw that most of the beasts of Mo Ridge and Lion Rock were injured and not many were killed, he immediately understood that Xiao Hua didn't have the intention to eliminate them. Then, he thought about what Xiao Hua said and came up with a plan. He casually took half a step forward and bowed. Master, this little one has a few words, but I don't know if I should say them. Feel free to speak. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Master, the Black Bear spirit pointed at the two demons and said, this little one is the same as the two demon kings. We both occupy mountains and call ourselves kings. No one understands their hardships better than this little one. We don't have a choice. Actually, I won't hide it from Master. If Master forced this little one to attack Mo Ridge and Lion Rock, even if this little one didn't want to go, under Master's strict orders, this little one wouldn't dare to disobey. When did this lord do such a thing? Xiao Hua laughed and scolded. Seeing Xiao Hua laugh, the Black Bear spirit understood even more. He said, there's no need to say that the two demon kings don't deserve to die. After all, we are all demons and have killed countless people. However, Master, now is the time to use people. The two demon kings are useless, but they have thousands of subordinates. This little one is afraid that I can't take care of all of them. Why don't you spare their lives and help me restrain my subordinates? This way, won't the entire Black Cloud Ridge belong to Master? Yes, this little one will definitely listen to the Black Wind King's orders and guard the Black Cloud Ridge for Master. Hearing the Black Bear spirit's words, the Golden Eagle and White Lion understood that he was taking advantage of the situation. However, they didn't dare to disobey. They hurriedly kowtowed and said, but Master, please spare our lives. Yes, the Black Bear spirit's words make sense. Xiao Hua nodded to himself. Then he stretched out his hand, and a dark green light flashed between his eyebrows. The Golden Eagle and White Lion felt an indescribable pain in their heads. The two demons couldn't help but roll in the air in pain. Rise! As Xiao Hua raised his hand, two faint shadows appeared between the eyebrows of the two demons. Xiao Hua then grabbed with his hand, and the two shadows instantly shrunk to the size of a mung bean. Immediately after, two pieces of jade floated in the air. Xiao Hua flicked his two hands, and rays of light appeared from the jade pieces. They were so bright that it caused everyone to squint their eyes. Puff, puff. Suddenly, the two pieces of jade shined brightly and lit up at the same time. A moment later, the two pieces of jade melted into two balls of liquid. This liquid was no longer just jade. It was mixed with a trace of scarlet. Xiao Hua suddenly raised his head and pointed his finger. The Black Bear spirit, who was watching the show with narrowed eyes, felt pain between his eyebrows. Before he could cry out in pain, 2 drops of blood had been flicked by Xiao Hua and landed in the jade liquid. Sizzle. With a series of sounds, the jade liquid glowed with a green light. Chapter 35:10. Go! Xiaohua lightly reprimanded and raised his hand. Two green bean-sized shadows were thrown into the jade liquid. Then, Xiaohua sent in a few more spells. Kacha! Kacha! Two crisp sounds were heard. The jade liquid condensed into two jade tablets. Master! The black bear's spirit cried bitterly. It's fine if you think these two deserve to die, but why are you so happy with my blood? What do you know? Xiaohua snorted and waved his hand. Take this jade tablet. Seeing the two jade pendants in his hands, the black bear's spirit raised the jade pendants and looked at the vague shadows of the golden eagle and white lion. He was puzzled and asked curiously, Master, what am I doing with this? These two demons were spared because you begged for mercy. I'll leave their lives to you. If they don't listen, you can crush the jade tablet at any time. Xiaohua said coldly. Of course, if anything happens to them, I'll hold you responsible. There's no need, Master. The black bear's spirit's expression became even more bitter. He said pitifully, this thing is so precious. If I accidentally break it, won't I take their lives? You should keep it. Black Bear, Xiao Jian, who had already woken up, reminded him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Old Master thinks highly of you. I'll hold the jade pendant and deliberately think that the two demons will have to do whatever you want them to do. Is that so? The black bear spirit was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted, Golden Eagle, roll for me. The golden eagle was no longer in pain. Just now it was standing in midair. When it heard the black bear spirit's words, it hesitated. But then the pain came again. The golden eagle's face turned pale. It moved and its body trembled. It gritted its teeth and said, Black Wind King, you and I are both demon kings. In the future, White Lion and I will help you. If you treat us like this, we'd rather die. Oh, the black bear spirit's small eyes turned. Seeing the golden eagle's painful expression, he knew that Xiao Jian was right. He immediately put away the jade tablet and smiled. Brothers, it's all my fault. I just wanted to see the effects of this jade tablet. I won't try it again in the future. Brothers, as long as you treat Master like I do, this jade tablet will be as good as nothing. Big Brother is wrong. Golden Condor looked at White Lion and hurriedly cupped his hands. Among the three heads of Black Cloud Ridge, the Black Wind King is the leader, I'm third, and White Lion is second. If the three of us work together, we will definitely be able to protect the Black Cloud Ridge. White Lion smiled and also bowed, saying, Third Brother is right. Although Big Brother's cultivation is low now, with Master's help, it won't be long before he becomes our leader. I'm sorry. The black bear spirit's mouth was wide open. The corners of his mouth were all the way to the back of his head. He cupped his fists in return. Go and pack up. From today onwards, Black Cloud Ridge will belong to you three brothers. Xiaohua waved his hand. I can guarantee that as long as all of you are obedient, not to mention Black Cloud Ridge, even the entire hidden immortal continent will become famous. Yes, we understand. The three demon kings were overjoyed. After hastily bowing, they descended from the clouds and reorganized their subordinates. Xiao Jian had already recovered from his injuries after receiving Xiaohua's elixir. He walked forward and bowed. Disciple thanks Master for saving my life. Xiaohua sized up Xiao Jian. He was actually rather puzzled. Xiao Jian had always been very selfish. Why would he take the risk because of Lu Yi's words? However, after thinking about it, in the entire Black Wind Ridge, other than Xiao Jian, he couldn't find a reliable Daoist cultivator who could use invisibility talismans and fire talismans. Fortunately, Xiao Jian didn't let Lu Yi down. Xiao Jian could be considered to have made a great contribution. You did well, Xiao Jian. I have a whole new level of respect for you. Xiaohua nodded. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you can come find me. If there are no accidents, getting a golden core or nascent soul cultivator isn't a big deal. Xiao Jian didn't have any excitement on his face. He seemed to believe Xiao Hua's words without any doubt. He bowed and said, "Disciple thanks Master for taking care of me. What's the progress of your plan to restore the Black Cloud Ridge?" Xiao Hua stood in the air and didn't return to his residence. He actually treated the swaying clouds in the air like they were nothing and asked. Xiao Jian looked at the Chongling princess. The two nodded slightly. Xiao Jian spoke again. "Disciple and the others are almost done with their plans. Only Master is left to come back and take charge. Someone like Qin Xingyu?" Xiao Hua asked with interest. "This is all Disciple's fault," Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly said from the side. "In order to increase the power of Black Wind Ridge, Disciple could only invite Disciple's sect uncle to come and hold the fort. But I didn't expect, and none of you are wrong, it's this seat's fault." Xiao Hua nodded. He liked Qin Xiaoyao's responsibility even more. This seat had some important matters and couldn't come back in time. "That's right. Go and look for that second imperial tutor. What's his name again? If you find out whether he's dead or alive, I'll go and look for him. If I'm not around in the future, at least there'll be someone to support you." The second imperial preceptor of Jiang country is Li Xiang, Li Zhenren. Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly answered. This disciple heard that he was captured by the Copper Pillar country. The Chongling princess explained from the side. To let Master know, Li Zhenren listens to the imperial preceptor, but is unfamiliar with the imperial family of Jiang country. This junior doesn't know much about this elder. All right, return to the residence. If you need to discuss, discuss. If you need to act, act. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Everyone bowed and saluted. Only Lu Yi was left in the air. He could not fly and waited by Xiao Hua's side. "Ha, Lu." Xiao Hua waved his hand and used a silent spell. He said, "Now you can speak. How did you know that Qin Xingyu was going to act against the Chongling princess? Did you personally give Xiao Jian's invisibility seal and fire seal to him?" Facing Xiao Hua, Lu Yi naturally didn't dare to conceal anything. He explained the cause of the matter in detail, causing Xiao Hua to be somewhat dumbstruck. It was very simple, because Lu Yi could feel what others were thinking. When Qin Xingyu was discussing with everyone in the residence, Lu Yi had sensed his desire for the Chongling princess from Qin Xingyu's heart. But he was not sure and did not dare to expose it. He could only take the chance to leave the residence and call out the Black Bear spirit. Lu Yi naturally would not tell the Black Bear spirit the truth. He only said what would happen if Qin Xingyu, the cultivator with the highest cultivation, had no one to restrict him. Of course, the Black Bear spirit had no other choice. He could only blink his eyes helplessly. However, when Lu Yi took out the invisibility talisman and fire talisman left behind by Xiao Hua, the Black Bear spirit came up with an idea. He was a demon and did not cultivate any Dao techniques. Of course, he could not use them. Lu Yi was not at ease with Xiao Jian. He feared Xiao Jian would take the chance to run. Otherwise, he would have taken out these things long ago. But here, for the safety of the Chongling princess, Lu Yi could only gamble. Coincidentally, Xiao Jian came to find Lu Yi. Lu Yi took the chance to speak of his worries. Xiao Jian did not take it seriously and agreed. After Qin Xingyu landed on the horse of the Jiang soldiers, he activated the invisibility seal under Lu Yi's urging and hid near the Chongling princess. The development of the matter was as Lu Yi had expected. If Xiao Jian had not stopped her, the Chongling princess would have died. Xiao Hua listened to Lu Yi and nodded slightly. "Yes, this is your talent. You do not need to tell others. This old man will keep the secret for you. Cultivate the Tao art first, and when the time is ripe, I'll pass down another Buddhist sect divine ability to you. It's called the Heart Connection, and I presume it'll bring back your extraordinary talent to the extreme." "Many thanks, old master." Lu Yi was overjoyed. Can you sense what this old man is thinking?" Xiao Hua suddenly asked. Old master is thinking too much," Lu Yi said with a smile. "When this little one saw old master that day, I was seriously injured and could not sense what old master was thinking. When this little one got the River Tide Temple, This little one tried and could only sense that Old Master was a good person and would not harm this little one and little Yin. But this little one does not know what Old Master is thinking. Also, to tell Old Master the truth, this perception is not accurate. Also, sensing danger is more useful than other senses. When this little one was young, this little one relied on this to avoid many dangers. And this old man knows. Xiaohua nodded. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky and sneered. Damn it, this old man has waited for so long. Why is it not set up yet? Relying on this, you dare to fight this old man? If this old man did not want to use you to establish power, you would not have the time to set up the formation. Old Master, do not be careless. Lu, you're reminded. The Confucian cultivators did not set up this formation in a day or two. Now that Old Master has returned, they have not moved. They must be planning to hit with one blow. It is more than one blow. They're going to wipe us all out. Xiaohua sneered. They even want to kill the demons of Enrich and Lion Rock. In a while, you will pass down this old man's order and let all the demons enter the formation. Lu Yi turned pale with fright. He did not have time to agree and hurriedly shouted. Old Master, you must be careful. No matter, this is a good opportunity to cleanse the Black Cloud Ridge with this formation. This will save this old man the trouble. Xiaohua waved his hand and smiled. Oh, by the way, come with this old man. This old man found you a junior brother. You can teach him some language of the hidden immortal continent. Junior brother, Lu Yi beamed with joy. Old Master just happens to be lacking a boy. Now, one on the left and one on the right is just right. I still lack a girl. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said snappily, why don't you find little Yun and make her a jade girl? Lu Yi's brows slightly darkened. However, he smiled and said, if Old Master is like this little one will thank Old Master even more. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and flicked Lu Yi's head with his finger. He scolded with a smile. Wishful thinking. You should just obediently be a boy. Lu Yi stuck out his tongue, a naughty look on his face. Chapter 35:11. Immediately, Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and brought Lu Yi into the cave like a breeze. Above the clouds, Jiang Yuming and a dozen white-haired old Confucians were standing in midair. In front of them was an oval mirror, which allowed them to clearly see the situation of Xiaohua and the others. Seeing Xiaohua so calm and unhurried, everyone was so angry that they almost vomited blood. Especially the few old Confucians, their hands were trembling. One of them even cried out, Yuming you, how can you be so patient? This little bastard clearly knows that the great formation has been completed, yet he still arrogantly handles the affairs here. This is clearly a provocation. Quickly, activate the great formation. Let's see if our noble Qi will not turn him into mincemeat. Jiang Yuming's face was obviously not good. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Senior brothers, granduncles, don't be anxious. This Xiaohua's methods are really amazing. Didn't you see? He waved his hand, and we couldn't see anything. His magic power is clearly higher than mine. That soul-sucking technique is clearly something a fourth-grade cultivator can do. Moreover, the lightning drawing technique and the lightning escape technique are both things that ordinary Taoist cultivators can't do. If my Jiang clan becomes his enemy, there is absolutely a possibility that both sides will suffer. Now, the Copper Pillar Country's monarch has spent a lot of effort to invite 4 great scholars to come and set up the 5-brocade cloud diagram with my Jiang clan. This is clearly a country's strength to resist Xiaohua. My Jiang clan only needs to follow the 5-brocade cloud diagram and activate the noble Qi. That Xiaohua is definitely not the opponent of the cloud diagram. Why should my Jiang clan stand out alone? This is the 5-brocade cloud diagram. Is this the formation passed down by the Immortal Palace? An old scholar was shocked. Monarch, when did you have such a powerful formation? Jiang Yuming's face was filled with pride. he said with a smile. How could this junior dare to deceive granduncles? I didn't say it before because the Copper Pillar country's monarch gave strict orders. He was afraid that the news would leak and Xiao Hua wouldn't dare to enter the trap. The Copper Pillar country's monarch actually obtained the Immortal Palace's formation? Another old scholar was shocked and asked the same question. Then he thought of something and said in a low voice, "It seems that the monarch didn't go to war on a whim. With this formation map, what worries do we have in the world? Our Bronze Pillar country will definitely become famous in the hidden immortal continent and become a #1 empire in the hidden immortal continent." The old scholar from before was very impassioned as he shouted. Jiang Yumming smiled and explained, "This is the secret formation of the Immortal Palace. It contains the secrets of the 5 Qis unification. I heard that anyone who can comprehend one of the cloud brocade will be able to ascend. This time, my Jiang clan will participate in the extermination of the Dao Sect's remnants. After we succeed, we will obtain 5 chances to comprehend the secret array. Senior brothers and granduncles, please don't slack off. Haha, Yumming, don't worry. You're just a Taoist brat at the 4th level of First Elemental Force. Although you're abnormally arrogant, I'm afraid that you're just putting up a strong front. If you want to give us an empty fort strategy, we wouldn't be able to see through it." An old Confucian scholar laughed and said, "The monarch has set up such a large array to scare the monkey by killing the chicken, to let the other countries of the hidden immortal continent see the excitement, to let them see the methods and determination of our Bronze Pillar state. You tell me, how can we not join the fun? We cannot make assumptions about the king's heart. However, senior brother, please don't be careless." Jiang Yumming waved his hand and said, "2 of my Jiang clan's juniors have already fallen in the hands of Xiao Hua. One of them was even killed in front of the Bronze Pillar Academy's dean. According to that dean, this brat is very cunning. His flying technique is even more strange. After he succeeded in his attack, he immediately fled far away, making him unable to chase after him. Just now, senior brother also saw this brat's lightning movement technique. It's really impressive. It said that Bronze Pillar Academy's 100 Children book array was broken by this brat. In his hands, Taoist spells can turn something rotten into something magical. But it's all because that old thing Northguo was careless. That's why he lost face and said that this brat is so powerful." Some old Confucian scholars were disdainful and said coldly, "Even if he's a Taoist cultivator at the upper 4th level of elemental force, how can he be a match for you and me? If he's at the 5th level of elemental force, once he enters the Immortal Palace's immortal array, he still wants to escape?" Jiang Yumming was helpless. He didn't know how to convince these old Confucian scholars, so he smiled and said, "Let's not care about that. We'll just set up the array according to the previous drill. When the array is activated, we'll see the mystery of the immortal array." Not bad, not bad. Many old Confucian scholars clapped and laughed. Then they patted their foreheads, and dozens of water lights rushed into the sky. In the sea of clouds around them, there was also a clear chanting sound. Countless noble qi rushed into the water vapor. The abundant water vapor turned into a mighty river and rushed into the 5 brocade cloud diagram. On the other side of the sky, there was a similar array. The person in front was wearing a Confucian scholar's robe. His forehead was protruding and his face looked rather simple. In his hand was something like a jade tablet. He was very calmly looking at the depths of the sea of clouds. Next to him stood another person. This person had extremely short hair and a handsome face. It was the Bronze Pillar Academy's judge, Doshan Jun, whom Xiao Hua had previously defeated. At this moment, Doshan Jun's face was still cold. His slightly squinted eyes flashed with a trace of clear light. However, after a moment, Doshan Jun frowned and closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes and revealed a trace of doubt. He looked at the calm old man in front of him and said, "Lord Academy Head, there's something this student doesn't understand, and feel free to speak." This Academy Head was the Beigo Jinming that Jiang Yuming had spoken of. Hearing Do Shanjun speak, he looked away and said coolly. Do Shanjun pondered for a moment and said, "In my opinion, before this Xiao Hua flew down to Black Wind Ridge, he might not have been unaware that there was a grand formation waiting for him here. But why did he still charge in without any hesitation? Even if he charged in, he had enough time to save the Chongling princess. In order to lure Xiao Hua into the formation, we did not spread out the 5 brocade cloud diagram earlier." Haha, Shanjun, don't tell me you don't have an answer to such a vulgar question. Beigo Jinming smiled faintly. Of the many Confucian cultivators who set up the 5 brocade cloud diagram, only you have truly fought with Xiao Hua. How can this old man know something you do not know? Do Shanjun shook his head slightly, a strange expression appearing on his face. He looked at the sea of clouds and sighed. While this student fought with Xiao Hua, but this student still cannot see through him. Based on this student's understanding of him, he may not have entered the formation. Back then, this student was not a match for Xiao Hua, and when the academy head appeared, he immediately fled. This fits the saying that a gentleman does not stand against a dangerous wall. Why did he change his personality today? Also, back then, 100 days ago, he did not even dare to meet the academy head. Why does he dare to face the entire formation now? Unless Xiao Hua's strength has greatly increased in these 100 days. This old man does not have to pay attention. Beigo Jinming said with a smile. Is this what you were puzzled about? That's the only possibility. Do Shanju nodded. But the problem is, while the Taoist sect's abilities are heaven-defying and far from what we Confucian cultivators can compare to, his Taoist sect disciples cannot surpass him so much in such a short time. There is no such thing as possibility or impossibility in this world. Beigo Jinming said coolly. There is only occurrence and non-occurrence. We always thought that the Taoist sect's Xiao Hua was hiding in the formation of Black Wind Ridge. Who would have thought that he had escaped long ago? Previously, didn't you say that Xiao Hua was benevolent and would not abandon the people of Black Wind Ridge and flee? What about now? You and I are not saints. What we expect is far from the unpredictability of the world. Let's take one step at a time. Student understands. Do Shanju nodded and sighed. It seemed that he had a very good impression of Xiao Hua, who had defeated him. Could it be that a hero cherishes a hero in his heart? Beigo Jinming laughed again. Do Shanjun nodded again. He withdrew his gaze from the sea of clouds and said, Although Xiao Hua shook my Bronze Pillar Academy and even pushed down the entrance of the academy, when the matter of the old Taoist priest of the Seven Suns Temple came to light, there really aren't many people in the academy who can complain about Xiao Hua. There aren't many people who have such courage and righteousness even among us Confucian cultivators. It's a pity that he's too conspicuous. Beigo Jinming snorted coldly from his nose. He's just a lowly disciple of the Tao sect. Yet he actually dared to leave behind a blood tablet in the Seven Suns Temple and even offended my Bronze Pillar Academy. That's not all. He actually dared to confront the king and save the orphan of the Jiang country. Look at what he did just now. He wanted to subdue the Golden Condor King and the Myriad Lion King and take down the entire Black Cloud Ridge. What kind of place is the Black Cloud Ridge? The border between the Copper Pillar Country, Jiang Country, and Jiasa Country. Previously, we might not have known the significance of this Black Cloud Ridge, but now you should understand that there is a huge elemental stone mine beneath the Black Cloud Ridge. Previously, the three countries had sent out a large number of troops to divide the mine underground. Those three monsters were merely the chess pieces of the three countries. Xiao Hua's actions. Isn't that the same as courting death? As for the king setting up the immortal array with such fanfare, it was more to take the Black Cloud Ridge into his own hands. Even if it's the Jiasa country, and the other countries should not covet it. Sai student understands. Do Shanjun laughed bitterly. Whether it's the Emperor's technique or the Dragon's technique, student is still unfamiliar with it. It's hard to think so much. Since ancient times, the academy has been a leisurely place. Your character is relatively simple and is not suitable for the palace. Beigo Jinming laughed. Of course, if you are willing to try, after this battle, this old man can recommend you to enter the imperial court as an official. I don't dare, I don't dare. Do Jun anxiously waved his hand. This student admits that he does not understand the hearts of people, nor do he know the hearts of officials. If you don't enter the world, how can you come out? Jun, you still have to think about it more. Everyone's path is different. Students naturally have their own path, and students still like to walk on their own path. Do Jun did not seem to have any intention of letting go. All right, this old man will wait and see. Beigo Jinming smiled and shook his head. It seemed that he thought highly of this Do Jun. He twirled his beard and laughed. You are my Bronze Pillar Academy's rare student. At such a young age, you were able to suppress all the other students to become a dean. This old man has deep expectations for you. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.